Let's get my own microphone audio check out the way. Yes, that's my intro. Don't be surprised if we take 3.5, 4 hours to get through this. This is 3 Star Wars movies. And we do have some announcements. But some of you cannot see the writing on the screen. Some of you, like my truckers out there, my mill shop workers, hands-on, you guys can't read the screen. So don't worry. The Star Wars text that was on the screen is going to I'm going to read it for you out loud before we start right after the announcements. So I just opened up an email like 2 minutes before this video because that's kind of my habit. If there's an emergency that I really need to know about, I'll normally get an email right before a video. And I got an email from Logan of Decode Your Reality. We haven't been in communication in a while since San Diego. He was at the San Diego meetup. I didn't know he was doing a Star Wars decode. Apparently, he just dropped one, and he didn't know I was doing one. So this kind of works out pretty good. But I would like my moderators to go find that link to his new Star Wars decode and drop it in here so people can have something else to go watch when you're done here. Go check out Logan's video. That's pretty cool. All right, so as far as announcements go, we're going to keep this abbreviated as possible. You guys know I'm not in the club. So I mean, you have some of these channels that I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it, but they show whole segments of movies and they get away with it and they don't get copyrighted and everything to them qualifies under fair use licensing. And I don't know how. I do have a fair use license uh, um, disclaimer in the description box. And as far as all this music goes and all the individual images, I have rights for all that. But I can't use Star Wars video clips, which I'd really love to do, but you know what? I can do without them. So you'll be seeing hundreds of stills, but you're still going to see the right ones to convey the narrative. I don't care how die-hard Star Wars you think you are. I promise you're going to hear new material in this. It's Star Wars has been my thing since the 80s. And unlike a lot of people who have just watched all the movies, I've read the books. I even read the books before Disney completely hijacked the narrative and started changing everything. So I'm going to tell you about background. I'm going to tell you significant details that are unfolding in Star Wars and unfolding in The Empire Strikes Back and The Return of the Jedi that you would have never known or guessed just watching the movies. Because the reason people do the things they do or how they react to one another's presence, they're not explained in the movies. But the books go into detail. There are histories in these narratives. There are histories. There's real truth drops in here. There's a lot of very compelling material. This is a deep story, and it's the surface The surface narrative is really cool. It's about a young guy. It's a coming of age story. He's just a moisture farmer on a dead world, Tatooine, and he gets to become a Jedi knight, and then later a Jedi master. In the first three Star Wars movies are hyper focused on the career and rise of Luke Skywalker, but the original Star Wars story goes way before that, and it's all about the unfolding of an ancient Jedi prophecy. And we're going to get into all that in this presentation. By the end of this presentation, you're going to be getting on Amazon and probably renting those movies. Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, and The Return of the Jedi. Okay, so first announcement is personal to me. It may not be important to you, but because this is my 1009th video. Oh, wow, I got 1,009 people in the chat. Wow. Well, now it just jumped to 114. This is my 1009th video, and I looked on my analytics this morning. Sometime today or overnight, people watching this video will put Archaix into the 30 million views category, and I'm pretty excited about that. 30 million views is awesome because you understand the way YouTube counts views. Those are individual views per video because it documents your IP address. What that means is if you watched a video 2, 3, 4, 5 times, it only counts as one view. Once an IP address is logged in by YouTube as accessing a video, no matter how many times you watch that video, it still counts as one view. So I'm really excited about that because 30 million views means a lot of people have been in contact with Archaix materials, and that's kind of humbling. So I'm glad that that's going to happen now, and before I can even do another video, this Star Wars video will put me well above the 30 million mark. So also, Archaix Underground has launched, and it is an absolute success. We are already way beyond 2,400 members now. I saw it was 2,400 members overnight, but it's higher now. I think the last time I checked, it was 2,408 members. Archaix Underground, the new social media for the awakened. It's really taken off. I have already uploaded more material than you can go through in a year or two, and I'm not even close to being done. But even more so, the community themselves have all uploaded their stuff. So there's no end. There's no end to the material you can get through. All right, we're looking good. Over 1,000 people in the chat. This is gonna be a ride. You're gonna love this video. I loved putting it together. So I have to tell you about September 16th. There are two reasons why September 16th is important. I told you guys for 3.5, 4 months now that Star Wars video is coming, but I'm sorry, I cannot do the video until September 16th. I'm a numbers guy, and things have to add up. So September 16th, 1977, I was alive, and I had just watched Star Wars. I was just a little kid. Barely even understood what the hell was going on, but it was so exciting. Yeah, I remember Dad taking us. But on television, on September 16th, there's a little known, it's almost forgotten. It's almost like the Star Wars 1978 Christmas disaster special. People have forgotten about it. But there was a TV special that came out on September 16th, 1977, and it was an actual documentary on how they made the Star Wars movie. And people watched it. It was like, damn, couldn't believe no one had ever seen stuff like this before. And all these models and how they scratched the film to make the lasers, and the lightsabers were scratch marks on the film. And it was amazing. So September 16th is when they started letting the secrets out on how they did this cinematic masterpiece. But September 16th is also Rhonda's birthday. And Rhonda is a Archaix veteran. I met her and her huge husband at the Fort Worth meetup, and she's been to other meetups since then. I think they attended Vegas as well. But Rhonda has been pressuring me for a while, about 2.5, 3 years, to get on with it on the Star Wars deal. And I've been putting her off. And then when she told me her birthday was September 16th, it kind of like, oh, okay. So that's why you're watching this video today. I believe she's in the chat. I believe Rhonda's in the chat. Okay, let's see here. So Star Wars, as you know, there was a lot of confusion. Star Wars is episode 4, The New Hope, but it's the very first Star Wars, 1977. It was the very first one. So we have the second movie was The Empire Strikes Back in 1980. No one had ever, just when you thought they couldn't do better, who would have thunk? No one had ever seen AT-ATs. No one had ever seen these all-terrain armored transports. That's what AT-AT means. So you're going to learn the names of vehicles here too, and characters. But no one had ever seen anything like that. Giant snow walkers, and it's just, they did a really awesome job in The Empire Strikes Back. And then the Return of the Jedi, they outdid themselves again. Remember Admiral Akbar? Mon Calamari race? It's a trap. You'll see that image here today. Yeah. It's got good memories. It's got awesome memories for those times. So that's pretty much all my announcements. I'm ready to get straight into here. And those of you who were unable to read the Star Wars text, that's not the text from the original Star Wars movies. I'm not infringing on copyrights here. That's my text, and that's a special app that allows me to do that. I wrote all the text. You're going to see 3 of those. You've already seen one, but you'll see one for The Empire Strikes Back. You'll see one for The Return of the Jedi when we get that far into the narrative. But what the intro text said, for all of you who are occupied and unable to read your screens, the 3 original movies, Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, The Return of the Jedi, are actually long after the Clone Wars and the fall of the Jedi Order with the rise of the Empire when the Old Republic collapsed. Of great concern to the Jedi Council before most of them were killed was young Anakin's identity. The prophecy is ancient and of unknown origin. This is what the prophecy states, as related in the movies that covered the Clone War period before Star Wars, before the story that we're going to narrate today. This happened in the past. The prophecy was, in the time of greatest despair, a child shall be born who will destroy the Sith and bring balance to the Force. So, in this presentation, we will review the saga in detail and find the hidden clues that reveal that Luke Skywalker, the hero of these movies, in no way fulfilled this ancient Jedi prophecy. Luke Skywalker was not the chosen one. And I know a lot of people are like, what are you talking about? Luke Skywalker was the main character. He may have been the main character, as we'll address in Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, and The Return of the Jedi. But the prophecy is very, very specific. It has 3 elements. And Luke Skywalker did not fulfill a single one of them, but somebody else did. All right, so all announcements and intro are over. Thank you for joining me today. If you're new to the channel, there's a whole lot of videos just like this. Normally we're reviewing old books. Maybe a dozen videos like this. We're reviewing movies and showing stills. But yeah, that's oh, I saw Rhonda peeking. She's peeking. So let me go ahead and share my screen. That's what I need to do. So I will remove that from studio, and I'm going to share my screen because it is go time. It is go time. Yeah, man, I got that Star Wars theme in my head. Man, I can't believe it sucks so bad that they're so stingy with their rights and all that. Yeah, man, they got no business being that stingy. I mean, it all depends on who you are. I saw some of the large channels and who they are, why they're allowed to use this stuff. All right, so that's the screen. Let's do it. So I got a side screen here that lets me see what y'all are seeing. So far, I don't see a transfer. So I'm not sharing. For some reason, it's not sharing the screen. Hold on. You guys aren't seeing what I'm seeing. This doesn't make sense to me. Hold on. We're going to remove that. And we're going to do this again. For some reason, it didn't share. All right. So I'm going to share screen again. Share screen. Figure out what's going on here. There we go. So there's a delay. I'm sorry. That's what it is. It's just a delay. I can deal with delays. I can definitely deal with a delay. All right. Okay, so we'll just leave it right here on this opening scene. The original Star Wars movie in 1977 begins instantly with some action. You see a small transport vehicle being chased by this giant wedge-shaped Star Destroyer. So, right just prior to these events, the rise of the Empire, the Galactic Empire, led by Emperor Palpatine. Emperor Palpatine was actually Darth Sidious. He was a Sith Lord. So he was the master over Darth Vader later on, well, during the time of Star Wars movie. And they pretty much brought about the fall of the Galactic Republic. They initiated, well, Palpatine initiated Order 66. Order 66 was the elimination of the Jedi. Everywhere in the Clone Wars, everywhere that the Jedi were, they were murdered. The reason I say murder instead of just regularly killed, is because they thought all the stormtroopers, the clones, they thought they were their allies. But Order 66 was a program put into the clones. So all at the exact same time, on every lunar base, on every military installation, on every ship, and every world throughout the entire galaxy, when Emperor Palpatine, who was a Sith Lord, Darth Sidious, executed Order 66, all of a sudden, all the millions of stormtroopers that were spread throughout the galaxy instantly honed in on the nearest Jedi and just opened fire. They were pre-programmed to do that. They didn't even know it was in their programming. It's called Order 66. Now, this wiped out the Jedi Order, and was basically how they won basically it was a part of the period called the Clone Wars. So the Rebel Alliance is formed, but it's small and it's kind of insignificant, and it's supported by one major senator, who also becomes the leader of the Rebel Alliance. Just prior to the movie, the narrative of the movie, the Empire has built the Death Star. This is a super construction, a massive space station capable of destroying an entire planet. It is a weapon that is intended to enforce the Empire's rule through fear. So the beginning of the movie of Star Wars begins with a background story you don't even know. And the background story is that there are plans to the Death Star that are on this little bitty transport that's trying to get away from this Imperial Star Destroyer. And the plans are architectural plans on the Death Star on how to overcome it, how to destroy it. And it was a massive battle. It wasn't something easily obtained. In fact, in the Star Wars movies, there's a whole entire movie that came out later called Rogue One, a Star Wars story. Rogue One, a Star Wars story, is the movie that tells the story of what happened in the few days leading up to this event that you're looking at on the screen right now. That movie has a massive war and a battle, and it was all about the rebels stealing the plans to the Death Star. Now those plans are on this little tiny transport. This is how the movie begins. So this ship right here is called the Tantive 4. And it's on an ambassadorial mission to Alderaan. This is what is publicly known. But they're actually doing something else. And you find out later in the movie what Princess Leia's plans really were. She wasn't just on a diplomatic mission to Alderaan. And when they are captured, and they are, she is interrogated. We'll get to that in a little while. So her name is Princess Leia Organa. The Old Republic continued only in the Rebel Alliance, and she was one of the leaders of the Rebel Alliance. This ship, being the Tantive 4, is being chased by an Imperial Star Destroyer. So before they're actually taken into the interior of the giant Star Destroyer, because they are captured, we meet this guy. He's the villain. We meet Darth Vader and the stormtroopers. They have killed these rebels right here, and he has now just breached the Tantive 4, while the Tantive 4 is in dock inside the Star Destroyer. So this is Lord Vader. This is Darth Vader. He is a Sith Lord. He's looking for this woman right here. This woman right here is Princess Leia Organa. She is inserting a holographic data card into an astromech droid named R2-D2. R2-D2 came into the possession of the Rebel Alliance many years earlier, after R2-D2's maker had basically gone to the dark side. This is what is not explained to you in Star Wars. The rebels kept trying to figure out how in the hell is Darth Vader always right behind us? How is it that the Empire knows our moves almost before we do? This is never explained in Star Wars or in The Empire Strikes Back or even The Return of the Jedi. It is never mentioned and never explained. People automatically assume that, well, Darth Vader, he just had the Force. He's tapped into the dark side. Maybe he's just psychic. But that's not the case at all. From the very beginning, we have the major participants all here in the opening scenes of Star Wars. Darth Vader was already on the Tantric 4 before it could even get away. He already knew that the diplomatic mission was false and that they're actually going somewhere else. They were going to make it to Alderaan, but they had to stop. They had to stop somewhere, and that stop was Tatooine. Tatooine is the desert world of Luke Skywalker. So they get captured right outside of Tatooine. What Princess Leia doesn't know when she's putting that holographic data card into R2-D2, what she isn't realizing is that R2-D2 was built by Darth Vader when he was a child. R2-D2 was Anakin Skywalker's astromech droid when he was pod racing in the races that Jabba the Hutt used to attend and on Tatooine when he was a child. When the Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn discovered him and knew that he was special. None of this is explained in the movies, but this is the background to Princess Leia. Princess Leia just can't get away from this guy. Darth Vader seems to know every move the rebels are going to make and always finding them. And the whole time, R2-D2 is with the rebels. And R2-D2 was specifically made by Anakin Skywalker and belonged to Anakin Skywalker even when he was a young adult in the Jedi Order. They have a lot of history, and all the programming in R2-D2 it was done by Anakin Skywalker. Give me a drink. None of this is explained in the Star Wars trilogy, but it's all a part of the backstory of Star Wars. R2-D2 isn't a spy. He's just a robot. He doesn't know any better. He doesn't know. He probably doesn't even know that he's broadcasting all this stuff. But he formerly belonged to R2-D2. He formerly belonged to Darth Vader. He was Darth Vader's astromech. Now, she inserts the message into R2-D2, and then she gets captured. She and the surviving rebels and the administrators, they get corralled into the Star Destroyer. But the Star Destroyer scanners in the control room, they see a escape pod detach and go down to the surface. But they scan it and they literally say there's no life forms on board. So they let it go. But it's Darth Vader who corrects them later and tells them, oh no, send probes, send stormtrooper scouts down there and go find those droids. Yeah, Darth Vader knew. A lot of people didn't know about R2-D2. They jettisoned out of the Tantive 4 to get away. So concerning Darth Vader, concerning this guy, I want to let you know that he in the movies he holds the title. In the narrative of Star Wars, he's not just Darth Vader, but he holds the title Dark Lord of the Sith. He is the official Sith apprentice to Darth Sidious, who is his master, Lord Palpatine, Emperor Palpatine. So anyway, these guys make it down to the desert of Tatooine, and R2-D2 is on a mission. He's on a mission to go find Obi-Wan Kenobi. C-3PO doesn't know what's going on, doesn't have a clue, goes the other way. But he says something that's very interesting. When they're on the desert, when they're in the desert of Tatooine, C-3PO says, we seem to be made to suffer. It's our lot in life. And if you pay attention to the Star Wars movies, Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi, you're going to hear some Eastern and Western philosophical statements that are really compelling because of where they're inserted through the movies. But C-3PO is a cyborg relations protocol droid. He's the one in gold metal, the anthropoid one, the tall one. And he's made to simulate human emotions and feelings. He never can understand humans. He's always talking about how humans baffle him. But still, he says here, C-3PO says, we seem to be made to suffer. It's our lot in life. So on Tatooine, they meet the Jawas. The Jawas, these little guys here, they're native to Tatooine. They're not space travelers. They're native to the planet of Tatooine, and they travel in this giant thing. I think you'll see it here, called a sand crawler. And these are like the scavengers. They scavenge all technological stuff, repurpose it, and then sell it to whoever will buy it. These are the Jawas. The only ones they're violent to are androids, androids, and robots. These right here have captured R2-D2. Oh, there it is. There's the sand crawler. This is a giant building on tracks, on like tank tracks. They just go from settlement to settlement to settlement, just selling mech hardware. And as per Darth Vader's wish, the Star Destroyer sent down scouts and stormtroopers in search of the droids. These are Imperial. They're called Imperial stormtroopers. It's a pretty fast-moving movie. It really is. This is our protagonist. On the right, the young guy here is Luke Skywalker. He and his uncle, who is a moisture farmer. You're looking at a moisture farm. That's what they do. They harvest moisture. But they're looking down at a Jawa who is trying to get them to come over here and look at their latest droids. These two droids, R2-D2 and C-3PO, are purchased by his uncle, the moisture farmer, and Luke is told to get them all ready for their different jobs on the moisture farm, show them what they need to do, clean them up a little bit. And he notices that on R2-D2, something is jammed into the front of his little turnstile head. His head turns left and right, and there's something jammed underneath it. So he pulls it out. And when he does, this hologram of Princess Leia Organa appears on the deal. And it, you guys know, all she says is, "Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope." And instantly Luke Skywalker falls in love, which is kind of weird later on. Some of you know what I'm talking about. But Luke Skywalker had romantic ideas about Leia until later in the narrative. But this is when he discovers, and he knows. He's never heard of Obi-Wan Kenobi, but he does know that there's an old Ben Kenobi that lives way out in the desert. So this scene is a sad scene. The music is sad. This scene here is Luke Skywalker looking out at the two suns. I thought it was really interesting because in Archaix, I show that our original system was binary. Our original system had two suns, and the Nemesis cataclysm is basically the result of one sun going dark and imploding and becoming what we call is Nemesis, the Nemesis Rift. So here's Star Wars with a double sun system. It's a desert world called Tatooine. He's sad. The music is sad. And he's sad because he just learned that he's going to have to be here another year and that the droids aren't enough to help his uncle with the moisture farming. So our hero is sad because he's just stuck here and all his friends are going to academy. He wants to be a starfighter. He wants to be a pilot. He's already a pilot and he's been training, but he wants to be a star pilot. So R2-D2 takes off in the middle of the night. R2-D2 takes off in the middle of the night and here's the Tusken Raiders. These are the Sand people, but they're called Tusken Raiders also. Well, the Tusken Raiders are never quiet. They're kind of loud. So R2-D2 hides. But Luke Skywalker and C-3PO, the golden robot, they find out in the morning that he's gone. So they get in a speeder before he gets in trouble with his uncle, the moisture farmer, and he goes way out in the wilderness to go find him, but he's going straight toward old Ben Kenobi's, where he dwells, out in the desert. And poor Luke Skywalker gets surprised by the Tusken Raiders, gets hit across the head, gets knocked out. So old Ben Kenobi, been in these parts for a while. Obi-Wan Kenobi is a Jedi Master. He has been hiding out here on the planet Tatooine in the Outer Rim territories of Star Wars universe, staying on the same world as Luke Skywalker, because he's there to protect him, and he's waiting for the time when he will need to train Luke Skywalker to be a Jedi. This is why he's there. After the Clone Wars and after Order 66, when all the Jedi were executed and murdered, he escaped. Obi-Wan Kenobi escaped, as did one or two other Jedi. They escaped as well. We'll be learning about one of them in this movie. So he finds out. They have a reunion. He hasn't seen him since he was a kid, little bitty tiny kid. He shows him his father's lightsaber. So Obi-Wan Kenobi, Jedi Master, shows Luke Skywalker his father's lightsaber. This is Anakin's lightsaber. He gives it to him and begins to train him in the ways of the Force. Begins to tell him all kinds of things about the Force. Ben Kenobi says, for over 1,000 generations, the Jedi Knights were the guardians of peace and justice in the Old Republic, before the dark times, before the Empire. The reason I am drawing this quote to your attention is because this is a valuable clue as to the accurate interpretation of the ancient Jedi prophecy. So we're going to revisit this. This exact quote is put in a file with other quotes that we'll be hearing. And at the end of this video, we'll be going through each point of evidence showing that they literally revealed how to interpret the Jedi prophecy in the very statements that were made in the movies. This is the first statement, and it's the first clue as to who really fulfilled the interpretation of the Jedi prophecy of the removal of the Sith and bringing balance back to the Force. May the Schwartz be with you. Wow. Spaceballs. I was such a diehard Star Wars fan that the first 10 minutes of Spaceballs really offended me. And then I just let it go and started laughing. Yeah, man. Just started laughing. Yeah. Graybeard said, from a certain point of view. Yeah, man, I'm going to show you, man, that there is no other point of view once you see these facts. All right, now, so that's what he's talking about. He's giving him a history of the Jedi Order. That's what he's telling them. And then they make it back. But still, remember, the whole time, Darth Vader knows Tatooine had something to do with what Princess Leia Organa was doing. He knows. R2-D2 is on Tatooine. R2-D2 is here. So Lord Vader is got stormtroopers looking everywhere, and he's right behind their every move. Is there more evidence of this? Yes. This scene here, how did Darth Vader know that these moisture farmers right here, that these moisture farmers had something to do with R2-D2? How did Darth Vader know? It's never explained in Star Wars. How? Out of all the settlements and facilities in the entire world of Tatooine, I mean, even Mos Eisley spaceport, which was nearby, and Jabba the Hutt, not far away. How did the stormtroopers know to go to this moisture farm? They killed his aunt and his uncle. R2-D2 had just been there. It is a horrible image, but they did a really good job making it look believable. So this is Mos Eisley Spaceport. It is a criminal city. And remember where it's located. Tatooine and everything on it are located not in the principal, hub systems of the Star Wars galaxy. It's a world located way out in the outer rim territories. So you meet all kinds of smugglers, bandits, criminals. Everybody's out here. Bounty hunters, they're all out here. Refugees. So they go here to find a transport to get off the damn planet. That's all they're trying to do is get off the planet. Inside a tavern, they see Luke Skywalker. He's young, pretty boy, fresh meat. You know what it is. Two of them mess with him. And where the Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi messes up is, instead of dealing with the situation another way, he used his lightsaber. And that was a problem, because since the execution of Order 66 and the elimination of the Jedi, no one's ever seen a lightsaber, but everybody remembers what they are. They remember what they are. So this isn't a secret. Already guys in the tavern have hit the streets, and stormtroopers are everywhere. So shortly after that, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Luke Skywalker sit down with Han Solo and Chewbacca. So Chewbacca, the hairy one, he's from a jungle planet called Kashyyyk. Now Kashyyyk, the jungle world of Kashyyyk, and the Wookiees, his race is Wookiee. They played a significant role in the Clone Wars. But he's not just a sole figure. His entire race looks just like that. These are the Wookiees. Imagine Sasquatch, the hide and seek champion, becoming more refined and civilized. There it is, Chewbacca. So his friend is Han Solo from the Corella star system. So the ship that he has is called the Millennium Falcon, and there's a lot of history in the Star Wars universe with this ship. It's called a Corellian freighter, but Han Solo had added military grade quad cannons and thrusters on it, making it a very formidable ship, and it was wanted in many systems. But he's a smuggler, so that's exactly the type of ship that he wanted. He won the ship from a man called Lando Calrissian of Cloud City, who appears in the second movie, The Empire Strikes Back. So when asked, this is a famous quote. Some of you already know it, but when asked by Obi-Wan Kenobi, he said, well, basically he said, "How fast is your ship?" And Han Solo playing the the intergalactic tough guy smuggler. He says it's the ship that made the Kessel Run in 12 parsecs, as if they were supposed to know. It must have been a legendary move or something. But he made the Kessel Run in 12 parsecs and outrun all the Imperial Star Destroyers and the Corellian cruisers. So he's bragging about that in there. So they decide, okay, cool. Well, we would like a ride to the planet Alderaan. So I have to say something here that's not mentioned in the movies. It's not mentioned in the movies at all. And it concerns Han Solo. Those of you who have watched Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi, you will know that Han Solo has 9 lives. You will know that he has extraordinary luck. Just extraordinary luck. I mean, things happen for him. You know this, and it's never explained. It's never explained anywhere in Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, or The Return of the Jedi. But if there's any Star Wars nerds in the chat right here that have read some of the books I've read, you'll know. You will know that Han Solo is one of the very few individuals outside of the Jedi who is Force sensitive. He's not the only one. He's not the only one. There's 1 or 2 others in all the movies. There's 1 or 2 others that aren't Sith and they aren't Jedi, but they're Force sensitive just enough to where he has this uncanny luck, and the Force helps Han Solo anytime he's like zoning out and navigating. That's why he can get through the asteroid fields. He can go through caves and tunnels. He has this uncanny ability because the Millennium Falcon is a junker freighter. It's cumbersome. It's not like a real lean, small starfighter. It's a big old hunk of metal, and yet he does it. He does it. Well, this isn't something that's mentioned in any of the movies, but there are Star Wars books. And in these books, it is explained. I'm going to show you these books. Let me show you these books right now. I got pictures of these books somewhere. Let's see. What is this image right here? I'm going to have to go back. So in this book here, we find, you got to understand, George Lucas approved a lot of people to write Star Wars books once he read the manuscripts and he approved the dialogue. So these facts became a part of the Star Wars universe. And then there were others who tried to submit manuscripts to him, and he had to axe them. Like there was a woman one time who wrote a book called The Current. He's already got the Force. She tried to create a whole nother deal called The Current, tried to turn it into something really mystical, and that it was even more mysterious than the Force. And it was just taking away from the Star Wars deal. It wasn't adding to it. It was creating an alternate version of it. And yeah, I agree with George Lucas. He axed it. He said, hell no. That book's not gonna make it here. So anyway, yeah, the writer had this deal where if people who couldn't tap into the Force, some of them were they could tap into the current, and the current, it was a bad idea. It's a bad idea. So, but anyway, in the Star Wars universe, we have books about Han Solo. He's got a whole series about Han Solo and how Han Solo and Chewbacca were once in prison, how they met, all these things. And in there we find that Han Solo is Force sensitive, and that's probably how he came to even be in the story to begin with, to be where he needed to be for Obi-Wan and Luke Skywalker to need him. So anyway, remember the Force. One of the characteristics of the Force is it brings all things together. So we'll see. That's not the only one. It's not the only one. So there are others who are Force sensitive as well. Others in this book right here. The courtship of Princess Leia, we find out somebody else, not Princess Leia. We find somebody else who was Force sensitive. But we'll get to that later. All right, let me get back to. So they make a deal. And when Han Solo and Chewbacca get back to the Millennium Falcon, they're intercepted with the crime lord Jabba the Hutt. Jabba the Hutt's here. Now you can't see him; he's off screen. You'll see him in a minute. Like here he is, right here. But he's off screen right here. Boba Fett. Got to tell you about Boba Fett because there's a lot of history here you need to know. He's not just some figure in a costume on Star Wars. He comes with a huge history. So Han Solo, our smuggler, was chased by an Imperial Star Destroyer, and he had to dump his cargo in space because he was boarded. Jabba the Hutt owned the cargo, and Jabba the Hutt has a policy of executing any man or any smuggler who dumps the cargo. Because if you can just dump his cargo, then he's got no respect. He's got no respect. There's no way to get paid. So anyway, he has a lot of history with Han Solo, and he gives him one more shot to pay him back for that cargo. Tells him, "I'll see you soon," but he's got to have his money. This is Boba Fett. No history is provided for Boba Fett in Star Wars, in The Empire Strikes Back, or The Return of the Jedi, and yet he's in all three movies, and he's always around the most important characters. This is Boba Fett right here. He is just a few feet away from the Millennium Falcon, and this has everything to do with how Boba Fett knows so much about Han Solo's future moves. He's right here. He was in the hangar when Han Solo wasn't here. Boba Fett is the most infamous bounty hunter in the entire Star Wars galaxy. He fought in the Clone Wars back when the Jedi were running stuff. He wears the armor of a Mandalorian warrior. It's never really explained how he got it till later Star Wars movies. So we'll be talking about Boba Fett a little bit more later. But anyway, put it to you this way: this is one bad dude, and you'll see a lot of evidence of that through these movies. All right, so they get away by the skin of their teeth as the stormtroopers are still looking for the two droids. They're looking for the two. Darth Vader's got them down here looking for the two droids, and they get away. So this is basically the opening scene of Star Wars. This is the opening scene of Star Wars. I mean, there's a lot happened. But it's like a fourth of the whole movie. But Tatooine, the planet Tatooine, Princess Leia Organa was on a mission. But Darth Vader knew when she was confronted, and she told him, I'm on a diplomatic mission. Darth Vader cut her off. Said, "No, you're lying." And Darth Vader just told her the business. And it's because R2-D2's in the mix. Everywhere R2-D2 has been, Darth Vader knows what's been going on in that area. It's amazing it's amazing that by the end of the Return of the Jedi, nobody really figured this out. But I get it. They took more movies. It took more movies to understand that the role R2-D2 has been playing. Because before Anakin Skywalker became Darth Vader, he had already constructed and programmed R2-D2. So in this scene here, we have Darth Vader is on this Star Destroyer. This is not Lord Vader's Star Destroyer. This is just a regular Star Destroyer. He has his own, which is massive. It's huge. But this is a regular Star Destroyer going to the new battle station, the Death Star. This is a super construction. Now, I'm going to tell you now, this super construction also provides a clue as to the accurate interpretation of the Jedi prophecy about bringing balance back to the Force. So here's Lord Vader, and a very, very intriguing individual right here. I'll tell you about him. But right now, Lord Vader is talking to this guy. This guy here is expressing his disbelief, and he insults Lord Vader. He's a commander. He disrespects Vader and tells him that his religion is antiquated and old. And Darth Vader replies to this guy right here on the far left. He says, nobody can mimic. I'm going to tell you now, James Earl Jones, nobody can mimic that dude's voice. I'm not even going to try. But he says, don't be too proud of this technological terror you've constructed. The ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the Force. So the commander hears him say that, and he tells he tells Vader, this human guy right here, he tells Lord Vader, I'm not scared of your sorcerer's ways in devotion to this sad religion. And Vader, and because he doesn't believe, Vader chokes him out with the Force. Just stands right there and just holds his hand up and chokes him out. But it shows a very significant aspect of Darth Vader here. Darth Vader puts up with a lot of shit from these guys. Over and over in the movies, when they talk, he hears them out. Some of them he chokes out if they don't do what he says. But this guy here was insolent, and Vader wasn't even trying to hear it. He just could go ahead and just choke him out, but got stopped by this guy. This guy is Grand Moff Tarkin. He is the Imperial Governor of the Outer Rim territories. He's in control of all the Outer Rim territories. But he also tells Vader to stop, and Vader quits choking him. He's got some big cojones, or he's got a lot of power. Now, in the storyline, it doesn't say it nowhere in Star Wars, but in the storyline, Grand Moff Tarkin right here is one of the personal advisors of Darth Sidious, who is Darth Vader's master. This is Emperor Palpatine. So this guy here, you'll see more pictures of him. All right, this is again the Death Star, and I forgot Vader's dispatch. He goes somewhere else. I can't remember where it was, but they put Princess Leia Organa to the test. They bring this robot in here with a needle. They torture her, and she doesn't give up the location of the rebel base. So, the location of the Darth Vader's never asking about the location of the rebel base. All he wants to know are where are the plans to the Death Star. So Vader asks her over and over, where are the plans that were smuggled out? And she won't give it up. So they take her to Grand Moff Tarkin, this guy here who told Vader to stop, and Vader stopped. But Grand Moff Tarkin, he's a no bullshitter right here, straight to the point about everything. And he tells Lord Vader he's done. I'm done listening to Princess Leia trying to, we're going to execute her. And they set their course. The Death Star goes through hyperspace to the planet Alderaan. Alderaan is where Princess Leia Organa was going. This is where she was going to go. So right here, the Death Star gets there, and they just wait for it to turn so the weapon can face the planet Alderaan. And Grand Moff Tarkin asks Princess Leia one last time, where is the he doesn't even care about the plans for the Death Star. His deal is, where's the rebel base? So he says one last time, give me the location to the rebel base, and I will spare Alderaan. So he's about to use the Death Star to destroy a planet, the first time in galactic history. So going to destroy a whole planet and all the billions of life forms that are on it. And Princess Leia sees that he's serious, and she gives him Tatooine. But there are no rebels on Tatooine. But he doesn't know that. Grand Moff Tarkin doesn't know that. But as soon as she says Tatooine, he thanks Princess Leia and says, thank you. But then turns around and tells his battery commander, prepare the weapon and fire when ready. And when Princess Leia hears this, she like screams out, what are you talking about? I told you where the rebel base is. And Grand Moff Tarkin doesn't even bat an eye. He says, you're far too trusting. He says, Tatooine is too far out of the way. He says, we're not going to go all the way over there to do a demonstration. We'll deal with Tatooine when we get there. But for now, Alderaan will serve our purposes. And they blew up Alderaan, destroyed the whole planet. Okay. So meanwhile, in the narrative, Here's the exchange between them. When she finally realizes she's got no wind and she has to give up. She has to give up the location of the rebel base. So she lies to him and tells him it's on Tatooine and it's not. There's her home world, Alderaan, being destroyed. Meanwhile, on the smuggler's vessel, the Millennium Falcon, Luke is being trained as a Jedi. And he's being trained with a lightsaber, and he's listening to Obi-Wan tell him, remember, a Jedi can feel the Force flowing through him. And Luke says, well, you mean it controls your actions? And Obi-Wan says, partially, but it also obeys your commands. So we're dealing with a fluid medium. We're dealing with the Force is basically a structuring around us that is reciprocal. This is what he is describing. But let me see. Need to see something real quick. So you see the Obi-Wan Kenobi leaning over here. You see him leaning. He's sick. During the exercise session with the lightsaber, Luke stops and says, Obi-Wan, what is wrong with you? Are you ill? Are you ill? And Obi-Wan tells him that he felt a disturbance in the Force and it sickened him and he had to sit down. This is at the exact same time that the planet Alderaan was destroyed. So once he regains his composure, he's sitting there, and Han Solo, he's straight up materialist. Straight up materialist, and he has absolutely no belief whatsoever in Jedi mumbo jumbo and magic and spirituality, and none of that. He's given his viewpoints. And Obi-Wan is just listening and basically humoring him. That's basically all they're doing is just humoring him. And Obi-Wan does a pretty good job of explaining, what the Force is and all that, but he doesn't really take time to talk to Han Solo. He only talks to Luke and tells Luke about what to do in his training. And as they're talking, Luke's over there training again, and this time being successful at what he's doing. So they're still on the Millennium Falcon when they come out of hyperspace. When they come out of hyperspace, there's a bunch of rocks in space. And the Navcom on their computers tells them they're at the location of Alderaan. They're here. The problem is Alderaan's not there. And the space is filled with debris and a bunch of rocks. So they move forward a little bit and they realize they see a TIE fighter. And they know TIE fighters don't have hyperdrive engines. TIE fighters have to be launched from carriers, the carriers being Star Destroyers. So the Star Destroyer, there's no Star Destroyer around. They're like, what is going on? They can't figure it out. The planet Alderaan's not here. There's a rock field here instead, and there's a lone TIE fighter they start chasing. And then as they're chasing it, they see a moon. And they get closer and closer, and then all of a sudden, there's Obi-Wan. You see Obi-Wan's face. That's no moon. That is no moon. You know what that is. That is no moon. So they get pulled in by tractor beam. They can't even get away. They hide. They make it look like nobody was on board, and the tractor beam just pulled them in. They hide. The Millennium Falcon is searched. When they hide, they dress up as stormtroopers, and they go deeper into the facility, and they get to a control room. R2-D2 has what's called a data jack. The data jack can go into Imperial systems and get a layout of everything that's going on. He can upload, he can control things. R2-D2 is a beast. He can do all these things. but he was designed to be like an Imperial astromech droid. So he comes with a bunch of bells and whistles. So what's really interesting here is that C-3PO, the golden droid, asks what he and R2-D2 should do if they're discovered. This is what he asked. So the response from either Han or Luke is just hope that the stormtroopers don't have blasters. But while this is being said and asked, on a monitor, I don't have a good picture of it right here, but on a monitor behind them, it specifically reads THX 1138, THX 1138. And this is this is not my discovery. This is famous in the Star Wars universe. There are many YouTubers who have shown this exact image. Nothing mysterious here. So this is what's known as an Easter egg. So THX 1138. THX 1138 is right here in this room on a computer monitor, but it's not the only time it appears in this movie, because it appears just a few scenes later when Han Solo, Luke Skywalker, dressed as stormtroopers, are escorting the fake prisoner Chewbacca, making it look like he's a prisoner. So when they get here, they looked on the computer and they saw that the cell block number where Princess Leia is held is AA-23. But it references George Lucas's first feature film, his first feature-length film, THX 1138. So when they open the door, this guy here asks them, "What are you doing? Who are you?" And I believe it was Han Solo. It could have been Luke Skywalker, but one of them said, "Prisoner transport from cell block 1138." So this is another reference to THX 1138. So THX 1138 is an actual movie. That's the title of the movie that was done by George Lucas in 1971. We'll be getting to that later in this video. But this is 2 times now in the same movie, Star Wars, that THX 1138 has been referenced in this movie. So what's really interesting is right before they got here, when they were still in here, and they're trying to find Princess Leia, it was R2-D2's data jack. He found out where Princess Leia was, and R2-D2 told C-3PO. C-3PO told them that she's on cell block 2187. So it's the cell block 2187, and I find that really interesting because 2187, 8712, 7812, we've all seen those numbers. Those are the 4 numbers. Those are the 4 numbers that build the immortal number, the immortal looping number that I've told you guys. I've showed you guys many times in videos on charts. It is the only number in existence that does not collapse to 0. It is an immortal looping number. And it basically shows that our arithmetic is moored to something else. And that it's the number that basically means that matter is basically confined within something else. It's anyway, 2187 is the number that Princess Leia is in a cell, in a prison. And when they get there, they literally say that they just brought Chewbacca from cell block 1138. Many of you know the significance of 138. We won't get to it here. We'll get to it later on, maybe. So while all this is going on and they infiltrate, they shoot all these guys up. They do a bunch of Western style shoot them ups with lasers, and they make it down. They make it all the way down to her cell, open up the cell door, and they're rescuing her at the same time that I got scenes here before they start blasting. There's Han Solo and Luke dressed as stormtroopers. Luke is a short stormtrooper. Han Solo and Luke right there, but when they're explaining where they brought Chewbacca from. Meanwhile, while all this is going on, back on the Death Star, this is still on the Death Star. It's just a different place. This is again Grand Moff Tarkin. Grand Moff Tarkin and Lord Vader are talking about the location of the Rebel base. So Lord Vader is telling Grand Moff Tarkin that he senses a presence, and he knows it's Obi-Wan Kenobi. He senses the presence of somebody. There's a disturbance in the Force, and he has to go meet him. And Grand Moff Tarkin tells him basically, go ahead and go take care of your business. Meanwhile, with Princess Leia, they took a wrong turn because they had too many stormtroopers shooting at them, and they went down a chute, and it ended up being a garbage bin. The walls started closing in, almost crushed them, and they needed R2-D2 with his data jack to turn off the smashers. And once the smashers were turned off, he was able to open up the lock, and they were able to get out. And they make it back to the hangar where the Millennium Falcon is, and the stormtroopers are basically of the opinion that the Millennium Falcon was empty when it arrived. But now they know that there were people on it because now there's been an attack on the prison level. Darth Vader knows something's going on because he feels in the Force. He feels that Obi-Wan is near. Obi-Wan Kenobi is on the Death Star. So here's one of your hero scenes. There's Luke Skywalker with his grappling hook, and there's Princess Leia. This was the money shot. Different stages of this swing here was the money shot in the 70s. They made it to the other side to escape the stormtroopers. And of course, Lord Vader, Anakin Skywalker, and here's Anakin Skywalker as Lord Vader facing off with his former master. You know who it is. Oh, damn it. You know who it is. Obi-Wan Kenobi. All right. Turn this down. All right, that'll work. All right. So they face off after Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan, basically, he's sacrificing himself. While they were rescuing Princess Leia, he went on a different mission straight to the tractor beam, wherever the tractor beam bridge was. He went to the bridge, had a few adventures here and there, nothing big, and then disabled the tractor beam. That was necessary for the Millennium Falcon to be able to get away from the space station. And then he runs into Darth Vader. And you know the story. They fight for a while, and he's distracting Vader while they make their escape on the Millennium Falcon. And you know the story of young Luke seeing Obi-Wan Kenobi during the fight put his lightsaber down and let Darth Vader hit him. And when he hit him, he was force absorbed, meaning his physical body. This isn't the first time this happened in Star Wars. I mean, it is the first time it happens in Star Wars, but it happens again in The Empire Strikes Back. So the Jedi Master allowed himself to be assumed into the Force. This is why he said, if you strike me down, I will become more powerful than you can possibly imagine. And that's exactly what happened. Obi-Wan Kenobi ceased to exist in the material plane and basically became an ascended master. And he saw it as Obi-Wan being killed by Darth Vader. Even Darth Vader is investigating. Even Vader is investigating because the body can't be found. Once he was hit with the lightsaber, he vanished. So they make their escape on the Millennium Falcon, and to their delight, they find out that the tractor beam is disabled. So they get away. This is Han Solo sitting in one of his legendary quad cannon ports. These are illegal. The Empire has hunted the Millennium Falcon because he has this illegal hardware on there. It's where he's got some type of engines that are illegal as well. But these military grade quad cannons are on the Millennium Falcon, which is a Corellian freighter. It's basically a junker, but he turned it into something. And they're shooting the TIE fighters that are chasing them. And this is Grand Moff Tarkin and Lord Vader getting ready for the Battle of Yavin. It's a beautiful Millennium Falcon. Beautiful Millennium Falcon right here. Can't remember where it's going this time. So the rebels are planning, the rebels on Yavin are planning right now to go ahead and do a run on the Death Star. They got the plans. Remember I told you about the other movie where the whole movie was about just securing those plans, and then they put them in the possession of Princess Leia. Then Princess Leia gave them to R2-D2. R2-D2 took them down to the planet, took the plans all the way down to the planet Tatooine. From there, the Millennium Falcon, R2-D2's with them, and the plans are going, and the plans are now going all the way to Yavin, where you just saw on the Millennium Falcon. Right, they arrive to the planet, and at Yavin they give them the Death Star plans, and they're able to see what its weaknesses are. Oh, in this little scene here is Grand Moff Tarkin and Lord Vader. They're not worried about the Millennium Falcon getting away. They let it get away because they put a transponder on it. They wanted to find the rebel base. So a huge Death Star is already coming toward the rebel base. Grand Moff Tarkin had basically let them go, but made them believe that they had escaped. And of course, here's the Death Star approaching Yavin. Here's the rebel council getting their ducks in a row. They're getting their ducks in a row right now, about to do a run on. The very first Star Wars movie was much simpler than Empire that Strikes Back and The Return of the Jedi. There's a lot more complexities were introduced in those movies. The original Star Wars movie was pretty simple and straightforward, as we've seen. So here's the Rebel Alliance starfighters. They're studying the schematics, and they're making their plans, and everybody's getting ready to go. And they're taking off. There they go. Fight the Death Star. So one of the greatest pilots here ever that helped Luke and survive, his name is Wedge Antilles. I know some of you Star Wars diehard fans know all about Wedge Antilles. Wedge, who was helping Luke Skywalker and covering him while he made the shots. Wedge Antilles is one of the few rebel pilots who survived all three major battles in the original trilogy. The Battle of Yavin. This is the Battle of Yavin. Then the Battle of Hoth in The Empire Strikes Back. And then the Battle of Endor in The Return of the Jedi. Wedge Antilles, no books have outright come out and said it, but he may have been force sensitive as well, like Han Solo. What is interesting, though, is he and Han Solo come from the exact same world, Corella. They're both Corellian pilots. So I don't know. You can make that association yourself. So here is Luke Skywalker coming through, and this scene here is after Luke decides at the last minute to put his targeting visor, which was basically showing him exactly when to launch his photon torpedoes. At the last minute, the Force just kind of speaks to him and overcomes him, and he realizes that this is something that he must do on instinct, and he can't rely on technology. So he puts his visor up, and instantly the Rebel base command center, they got their own command and control center, and they see that. They say, Luke, what are you doing? You took your targeting visor off. He says, I know what I'm doing. And he just concentrates, and he relies on instinct, and he fires the torpedoes, and they go straight into the shaft, exactly where they were supposed to go. The only other star pilot that was able to get torpedoes off, he relied on the targeting visor, and his torpedoes didn't go in the shaft. They hit the embankment. So I think he ended up dying as well. But anyway, Luke Skywalker relied on instinct and on the Force, and he got the torpedoes down the hatch. Use the Force, Luke. And of course, you know the end of the movie is Star Wars. You know the end of the movie. The Death Star exploded. It was gone. Now, Grand Moff Tarkin is supposed to have been on that. Somebody asked Grand Moff Tarkin if he would like a escape shuttle, and he told him no. And this is our ultimate moment of victory. He told him no. But Grand Moff Tarkin makes another appearance in a later Star Wars movie. Not Empire Strikes Back and not Return of the Jedi. It's one of the newer movies. Really interesting. I think it was under the New Order. But I told you, Grand Moff Tarkin, there's a reason why Vader obeys him. But Grand Moff Tarkin is somebody. But anyway, he's they destroy the in the Battle of Yavin, the original Death Star is destroyed. At the very end of the movie on Star Wars, this is what you have. You have this great ceremony where Han Solo is made general of the Republic armies, and Luke Skywalker is formally now recognized as Jedi. And this is the end of the Star Wars movie. It's very interesting, but this is just the beginning of our story, because like I said, Star Wars just laid the foundation for this great space saga. It's like a space opera. The story truly unfolds. You get to see many moving parts in The Empire Strikes Back and in The Return of the Jedi. So we're going to go straight into those after I fix this AC temperature deal real quick. Try to figure out what's going on. I dropped my remote. Now I got to manually go mess with it. Let's see. I'm going to remove that. So yeah, I'm going to stop sharing that. So now, one movie down, 1 hour and 25 minutes, one movie down. But we're going to go, but it's going to get more fast paced. We have a lot of disclosure. There's a lot more behind the scenes things happening in The Empire Strikes Back and in The Return of the Jedi. Although the narrative is very fast, like Star Wars as well. Just a lot more happening. All right. One movie down, one cup of coffee down. So what do? We get this hot thermos. We do it again. We fill it up. Oh, we got some deep things to talk about after these movies are done. Yeah, man. All right, put that there. So, Okay, moving straight into The Empire Strikes Back. For the benefit of those, like I said, all my drivers out there and everybody who can't just really look at their screens will most certainly go ahead and read that text to you that you saw on the Star Wars deal. Absolutely. Going back into share screen mode. So, wait a minute. Again, am I having this? I'm waiting for. Seems like there's a delay. Hold on. Really? I'm not seeing. You got. There it is. There's a real big delay here. Okay. Luke Skywalker is now the last Jedi. The growth of the Empire under Darth Sidious, known as Emperor Palpatine, and his apprentice Darth Vader crosses the threshold of balance after the Death Star was used to destroy an entire world full of life, the planet Alderaan. The Force rippled out this terminus of a world as felt by Obi-Wan Kenobi. The dark side has now committed the same trespass as the Jedi Council. As Luke Skywalker remains the central hero in the saga, the true conflict is the one who sensed the imbalance in the Force, the true chosen one who now begins internally questioning what he has become a part of. We witness the slow return of Anakin Skywalker. And this is an Imperial Star Destroyer. The Imperial Star Destroyer launches again. If we were to watch the movie, you would see two officers on the bridge of the Star Destroyer talking, kind of having an argument, and Lord Vader just walks up and basically tells them what to do and where to go. Vader knows. He's got inside information in all three movies. He's on top of it. He's got inside information. And again, I'm telling you where it's coming from. R2-D2. So this is the ice world of Hoth. It is where the new secret rebel base is located. This right here is an Imperial scout drone. This Imperial scout drone was seen by Luke Skywalker when he was on his Tauntaun. I wish I had a picture. Oh, so that's a Tauntaun right there. That creature back there is a Tauntaun. Luke Skywalker and Han Solo were out doing scout mission, and Han Solo made it back, but he can't find anybody who can tell him where Luke is. Luke is still out there in the frozen waste, and the sun's going down, and it gets super cold. Even Tauntauns can't survive. And Luke came across that drone. So the reason Luke survives is because he's the hero, of course, and because of the Force. And what does the Force cause? The Force allows Luke to find a cave, but it's not finding a cave in the ordinary way. He found the cave because this abominable snowman Sasquatch-looking thing came out of nowhere and knocked his Tauntaun out and knocked him out onto the ground. And Luke found himself upside down on an ice wall, but it's at least warm enough in there to survive. So Luke kills the beast with his lightsaber once he wakes up, escapes the ice cave, and goes outside. And as he's fading away, he's freezing to death. As he's fading away, he has a vision, and he sees Obi-Wan Kenobi in the vision. This is really interesting because it's always in points of trauma in a hero's journey that they have the paranormal experiences. And this is what's happening here. He's freezing, he's dying, and he sees Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Obi-Wan Kenobi tells him it's okay. The Force is going to be with you and all that. And just as he starts fading off, Obi-Wan disappears, and Luke is on a tauntaun and rescues him. So Luke cuts open the tauntaun, and it stinks to high heaven, but all the guts come out. But he shoves Luke inside the tauntaun and uses the tauntaun's body heat, even though it's fading, to save Luke's life. So in the morning, they send out one of these rebel speeders, the snow speeders. These are the coolest ships. I like these better than X-Wings. I had these as toys, but they send it's got a harpoon on the back, and it carries two little action figures. Listen to me, I'm a kid all over again. But yeah, that's my favorite toy. You can hit a little button on the back, and the two guns would sit there and light up. I thought it was cool as shit. Quit playing with Superman when Star Wars came out. So I had while he's smiling right now, because in the very beginning of the movie they're looking for Luke and Han, and it's assumed they froze to death. And he goes out on a scout mission, and he picks up the life forms, and he talks to them on the radio. And this is the scene where he's reporting back to the rebel base that he found Han and Luke. So they make it back. Okay. So this is one of those weird scenes. It's almost as if George Lucas had not yet decided how the story was going to end up unfolding. Because here, the viewer is led to believe that Luke and Leia may become an item. But the truth of the matter is, as you know now, this is not a spoiler alert. These movies were 40-something years ago. As you know now, they're brother and sister. So, just one of those weird things in the movie. So, the Empire knows, because of because of Darth Vader. The Empire knows where the rebel base is located. Darth Vader already knows when he sees a picture that came from one of the rebel scouts. He knows instinctively that right there is a shield generator. That's where they're hiding. So they send the fleet. Oh, and that creature that attacked this abominable snowman is called a Wampa. A Wampa or a Wampa. But Darth Vader launches a massive search for the rebels. And he eventually finds their hidden base. This gigantic ship, see, you see the Imperial Star Destroyers? They're huge. But this ship here, this ship here is the Sun Crusher. And here's Vader talking about how they're going to take out the whole rebel base. They're getting their plans together. They're not going to let the rebels escape this time. That's a good screenshot. I got some good little shots of Vader here. Here are the rebels when they realize, oh no, the Empire has been alerted. We need to begin our evacuations. And here is the Sun Crusher and all the Sun Crusher and all the fleet of Star Destroyers just coming out of hyperspace to attack the ice world of Hoth. Oh, this dude's just reporting that they're about to begin their assault, and Lord Vader tells him to begin the ground assault. They're going to attack by ground, and they're going to take out that shield generator. So this guy here on the left is the Admiral, but he's already had 2 run-ins with Vader already. And this time, the Admiral came out of hyperspace too fast. Lord Vader didn't want to alert the rebels that they were coming. He wanted the advantage of surprise. The Admiral wanted to be able to surprise the rebels by just showing up right there and launching. But Vader wanted to come out at a much greater distance, so it wouldn't alert the rebels of their presence in that area of space. So instantly he got demoted and choked out by the Force, and this guy here got promoted Admiral immediately. He's already seen 2 or 3 guys choked out in front of him already. And the ground assault begins. This is a rebel defense trench defense perimeter. And these are the rebel speeders. Those are the coolest ships to me. These are the rebel speeders with laser rifles painted forward and harpoons facing backwards. These are the AT-ATs. There's 2 speeders here. 2 rebel speeders are fighting this AT-AT. An AT-AT. These were so cool in 1980 when we first saw these on television. It was so cool. The AT-ATs are all-terrain armored transports. Sometimes they're called Imperial Walkers. You'll see some small ones in here too. AT-ATs were so impressive. I should have had a Star Wars sound effects machine. The speeders tripped this one using the cables on the harpoons because their lasers can't penetrate the armor. So the Empire begins a large-scale assault on the rebel base. And while this is happening, these giant rebel shuttles are ferrying everybody out. What you see over here is an ion cannon. The ion cannon shoots 2 or 3 times each time the next volley of rebel ships reach escape velocity. Once they reach escape velocity, they can go into hyperspace and escape. But until that time comes, so they're not subject to the tractor beams and assault from the Star Destroyers, the ion cannon shoots the nearest Star Destroyers 2 or 3 times, and it works. And they get away. This is the first volley. It's like 4 different volleys that they got to get off world. And while they're getting off world, the AT-ATs are attacking the positions of the rebel defenders on the ground. The rebel defenders are trying to defend the shield generator. They just need to keep the shield generator up long enough to get everybody out. Now, in one of these scenes here, the speeders, this guy's inside. This is what he sees on the ground here. He's about to take a shot at the shield generator. This guy right here on the screen. They know he's about to hit the shield generator. I'm not sure what that is. That's on the Millennium Falcon. Oh yeah, that's what it is. The Millennium Falcon gets away, escapes, and makes it to this cave on this gigantic asteroid after going through an asteroid belt. Darth Vader's already killed 2 people trying to get him to hurry up and catch him. So while the battle on Hoth is going on at the rebel base, Luke Skywalker is far away in the Dagobah system. Luke Skywalker visits a vapor canopy world. right here. Let's see. Crashes his X-wing, lands in a vapor canopy world, but he's there to find Yoda. This is Yoda on the right, but at this time he doesn't know it. Yoda is like over 800 years old. Jedi Master. You guys know the story of Yoda. So they have an exchange, and at first Yoda's just a silly little gnome, a kobold. He's silly, but after a while, it becomes very, very obvious that Yoda is more than that. Then the scenes switch back over to the romance that's building between Leia and Han Solo, which I said was it was kind of weird because he kissed his sister earlier. But then later, I think it's explained. I don't. You know what? It's not even explained till Return of the Jedi. I don't believe it's explained till Return of the Jedi. I don't remember, but anyway, it's this back and forth between them finally blossoms into a romance in the second movie. So let's see. Let me find. Let me find the deal. All right, so you know who this is, Darth Sidious, also known as Emperor Palpatine. He and Vader are conferring about young Skywalker. And Emperor Palpatine really wants to replace Darth Vader with his son, Luke Skywalker. That's the Sith way. A Sith is not going to have two apprentices. He's going to have one. And Darth Sidious keeps telling Lord Vader to go bring Luke Skywalker in. Here he is again. Lord Vader and this is Darth Vader and his master, Darth Sidious, talking about young Skywalker. Back on Dagobah, Vapor Canopy World, in the swamp, Yoda reveals who he is. He never really says it. He just agrees. He just admits it. But he goes to talking to Luke on matters of the Force. Tells him a Jedi uses the Force for knowledge and defense. Never attack. This is one of the strictures. And again, Empire Strikes Back is wild. It goes back and forth between a bunch of scenes. And again, the Millennium Falcon, which is this little disc right here, barely escapes because when they escaped the TIE fighters and went into the cave, they found out real quick when these little sponge-like things attached to the windows. They went outside and it was humid. It's not supposed to be humid in space in a cave, but it's real humid. There's a mist on the floor, and there's these creatures with suction cups that are getting on their windows. And Han Solo was the one that figured it out. Got everybody back on the Millennium Falcon and shot up the cave just as the cave teeth was closing. And it was some type of giant creature in space. Han Solo knew what it was and got the hell up out of there just in time. Space fantasy, guys. Space fantasy. That's kind of blurry. That blurred out on me. Thank you, Genesis. It kind of blurred. That kind of blurred out. That really blurred out. But that's Luke Skywalker with 800 and something year old, almost 900 year old Yoda. Yeah, by this time he's almost 900 years old, and Yoda is hanging on while he's doing all his Jedi training, and so Luke asked. I'm gonna go back to that scene. Luke asked Yoda when he came across this cold area in the swamp, and it was kind of dark, and it's referred once as the cave, but it's a bunch of plants. And Luke asked about that area, and Yoda told him it's an evil place. And then Yoda told him, but you're gonna have to go in. So it's a part of his Jedi training. So Luke asked about that place, and said, "What's in there?" And this is Yoda's reply. It's deep. Yoda replied, "Only what you take with you." That's all he said. Luke saw the evil place, felt the evil coming out of there, asked him what it was. Yoda told him that it's an evil place, but you have to go in there. So he said, "Well, what's in there?" And Yoda told him the truth. Only what you take with you. So, being fearless, Luke Skywalker, okay, he decides to go straight up in there. And as he's walking toward that place, he grabs his utility and weapons belt and begins to put it on him. And Yoda says, you will not be needing that. And Luke Skywalker hesitates, looking back at Yoda, and then snaps the belt closed anyway, turns around and goes straight into the evil place. Yoda told him, when he asked him, "What's in there?" "Only what you take with you." So it was a deep answer. It's a deep answer. He goes in there, and Luke, and what Luke took in there is exactly what he experienced, because he took his weapon, he took his lightsaber in there. He also took his fear in there. And when he went in there, he was confronted with a lightsaber, and the one he feared, Darth Vader, was in the cave. So he has a fight with Darth Vader, and he overcomes Darth Vader and hits him in the face. And then a deeper meaning unfolds of what just happened. Luke Skywalker didn't go into the evil place with purity. He went into the place of absolute potential, but he took baggage with him. And he had to deal with that baggage, Darth Vader and a weapon, a lightsaber. And in the end, when he cut Darth Vader's head off and removed the mask, it was his own face that was facing him back. So Yoda told him the absolute truth. Man, what's in there? Only what you take with you. Part of the Jedi training. So here is another scene with this infamous bounty hunter, Boba Fett. We'll be learning more and more about Boba Fett as this progresses. So. Okay, I covered that. I think I skipped some training. Yeah. So what we have here is Darth Vader wants Han Solo. So he puts a bounty out and he gets all these bounty hunters together. And one of them that shows up is Boba Fett. But they have a history. Darth Vader, the only bounty hunter in the movie that Darth Vader deferred to, was Boba Fett. It's never explained in the movie. But the history of Boba Fett is very interesting. We're going to get deeper into that a little later. It's not really applicable right now. It's not really applicable. But Boba Fett is specifically told by Vader, no disintegration. And Boba Fett nods. But they have a long history, and it goes all the way back to the Clone Wars. So after that, and remember, Boba Fett, he's with these other bounty hunters. Remember, Boba Fett was in that hangar when Han Solo and Chewbacca were away from the Millennium Falcon. He was there. It's never explained in the movies how Boba Fett knows everywhere Han Solo is. Because Boba Fett is the one that traced the Millennium Falcon to Cloud City, where Han Solo escaped to. So Boba Fett, wearing this Mandalorian armor, is the only bounty hunter that, I mean, he even backtalks Darth Vader and gets away with it. Let's see. That's the bounty hunters. So here's a Star Destroyer. Here's the Star Destroyer chasing the Millennium Falcon. So it's the money shot. Man, I got the money shot. There it is, chasing the Millennium Falcon right there. Millennium Falcon still got away. Remember when he hit the hyperdrive, and all the engines went woo, 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 woo. And Princess Leia's like, "Hello, nothing happened." So, yeah, this is after the Battle of Hoth. This is once the Battle of Hoth was over, and I skipped something on the Battle of Hoth I should have told you guys about. I totally skipped it. I skipped it because I didn't take a screenshot of it. But in the Battle of Hoth, when the snow speeders are attacking the AT-ATs, the Imperial walkers, on the radio, General Riken on the radio tells Rogue 10, Rogue 11, Station 38. This is what is said. You hear this in the movie. General Riken, while they're flying, about to attack the Imperial walkers, says, Rogue 10, 11, Station 38. Again, we have another reference to 1138. It was referenced twice in Star Wars, and now here it is referenced in The Empire Strikes Back. We'll learn about the relevance later. It has nothing to do with Star Wars. So, this is Han Solo getting away, and they made it to Cloud City. So now we have Jedi training on the vapor canopy world of Dagobah, where Yoda is hiding. Remember, after the Clone Wars, Order 66, all the Jedi were exterminated by the clones, by the stormtroopers. So Yoda goes to the outer rim territories to the swamp world of Dagobah. This is where he feels home. This is where no one knows where Yoda's from. Nowhere in the Star Wars Empire Strikes Back or Return of the Jedi is Yoda's origin ever given. All we know is that he's a 900-year-old Jedi master. That's all we know. His race is unknown. His origin is unknown. So, but anyway, this is where he hides, while Obi-Wan is hiding on Tatooine, where young Luke is being raised. So after the Battle of Hoth, Han Solo, Princess Leia, C-3PO, and Chewbacca escape to the Millennium Falcon, pursued by the Imperial forces. That's them. They escape on the Millennium Falcon. They finally get the hyperdrive working, and they take off, and they make it to Cloud City, where the adventure continues in Cloud City. While this is happening, Luke is going through his Jedi training. Of course, it is compressed. It's a movie. You got to suspend your disbelief. But technically, a Jedi training should have lasted years. But still, he's a fast learner. So Luke and R2-D2, they make it to Dagobah. They're here. That's where everybody went after the Battle of Hoth. Let's see now. So Yoda has issues with Luke being so frustrated. Luke gets frustrated real quick about different things, and Yoda tells him, it's only different in your mind. You must unlearn what you have learned. So Luke replies, all right, I'll give it a try. So he tries to use the Force to lift the X-Wing out of the swamp. His ship crash landed in the swamp. And he tries to levitate the X-Wing out of the water. But he says, no, all right, I'll give it a try. But Yoda retorts, no try. Do or do not. There is no try. It's a very famous quote by Yoda. It's a very famous quote. No try. Do or do not. There is no try. So Luke fails in raising the ship. So Yoda sees he's frustrated, and he's frustrated too, because he feels that Luke is impetuous. He feels that he's not Jedi material, but he's also like the last hope, almost. But Yoda says, size matters not. Look at me. Judge me by my size, do you? And well, you should not. For my ally is the Force, and a powerful ally it is. Life creates it, makes it grow. Its energy surrounds us and binds us. Luminous beings are we, not this crude matter. You must feel the Force around you, here, between you, me, the tree, the rock, everywhere. Yes, even between the land and the ship. So Yoda gets quiet, and then he raises the ship out of the swamp. He raises the X-Wing totally out. Look at that pretty thing. So pretty. So Yoda raises the ship all the way out. And Luke's ecstatic. He goes over there and pets his X-Wing and all that. He says, I can't believe it. And Yoda says something super deep all over again. Luke says, I can't believe it. And Yoda responds, and that is why you fail. Super deep. Best thing Yoda ever said in every Star Wars movie ever. Yeah. Says, for my ally is the Force, and a powerful ally it is. Life creates it, makes it grow. So the Force requires life. This is what Yoda's telling him. The Force itself needs life. This is another clue as to the true interpretation of the ancient Jedi prophecy about bringing balance. Everything was cool until they blew that planet up. So its energy surrounds us and binds us. Luminous beings are we, not this crude matter. Yeah, we're spiritual beings. These are nothing but avatars. Yoda got it right. You must feel the Force around you, the informed field interfacing with the overfield. Between you, me, the rock, tree, everywhere, yes, even between the land and the ship. The Force is everywhere. You can't look at the ship over there as being independent of anything that's a part of you as well. It's all part of the same thing. Yoda's giving him the business. And then when he expresses, man, I can't believe it. That is why you fail. Yoda's always straight to the point. Straight to the point. So, they didn't make it into hyperspace. They didn't do hyperspace yet. They needed time to repair the warp drive. I forgot. The reason they got away is because he attached the Millennium Falcon to behind the top of the Star Destroyer. That's how they seem to have gotten away. But they didn't fool Boba Fett, the bounty hunter. So Han, Leia, and the others, they seek refuge on Cloud City because they waited till the Imperial Star Destroyer dumped its trash. Once it dumped all its space trash, the Millennium Falcon detached and just fell with the trash. This is a picture of the fleet breaking up. This is what told, there's the Millennium Falcon right there on the back. Millennium Falcon stuck on the back. Once the fleet started breaking up, they knew, oh, okay, we'll be able to make our getaway now. And they did. Once they came out of the trash, they did. But we're back on Dagobah now. This young buck. During his training, levitation training, Luke had a vision about Leia and Han being in pain. And again, Yoda is trying to tell him, you need to ignore all that. Let the Force deal with that. Your friends, this has nothing to do with you. You've got to finish your training. But Luke leaves Dagobah. He's not trying to hear it. He leaves. Against the wishes of both Yoda and Obi-Wan Kenobi, who's now like a ghost in the Force, a Force ghost. And Luke's going to go here to Space City because this is where the Force told him his friends are going to be in pain here. It's exactly what happened. The Millennium Falcon is escorted by these two little escort ships, and they land. And when he lands, he doesn't know how Lando Calrissian is going to respond to him, but Lando Calrissian is now in charge of Space City. They're old friends, but the history behind this is that Lando Calrissian was basically the owner of the Millennium Falcon and lost the Millennium Falcon in a bet to Han Solo. Yeah, like I said, they got a lot of history. Now, let's see. Anyway, they make up, and Lando Calrissian escorts them in, and they have like a reunion among friends in Cloud City initially. Here is Luke getting the X-Wing ready, and Yoda's got his head down over here because he knows this little young impetuous bastard. He just doesn't realize. And Obi-Wan's trying to tell him you got to understand, you got to be patient. You need to train. And this young buckaroo right here is not trying to hear it. He's loyal to a fault. He gets in his X-Wing, he flies off. Back in Space City, Han Solo, Princess Leia, and Chewbacca are taken into custody by the stormtroopers because Lord Vader had already been to Space City because he knew they were on the way. He had already laid the trap. And Lando Calrissian's telling him, man, it's not me, dude. This wasn't my doing. The Imperial forces got here before you did. Here is Lando Calrissian. He had some cojones. Lando Calrissian just telling Lord Vader, hey man, you said you wanted no, you said it was part of the deal that Leia and the princess and the Wookiee would stay into my custody here in Cloud City. And Lord Vader just tells him straight up. He says, do you feel that you've been unfairly treated? And Lando Calrissian realized, shit, man, you know what? I was okay. He knew Lord Vader was about to handle him. So he backed off. So right before Han Solo is dropped into this pit and turned into carbonite, we have Princess Leia and them kissing one final time here in Cloud City, which is the name of Cloud City is Bespin. And Lando Calrissian, he's not liking this at all. Even though he's kind of a traitor, his back was against the wall, but he's not feeling this at all. Lando Calrissian is not at all. So poor old Harrison Ford is immortalized in a carbonite and given into the custody of the bounty hunter Boba Fett. Boba Fett had tracked Han and the Falcon to Cloud City, and Vader rewarded him with taking Han Solo in carbonite to be delivered to Jabba the Hutt so Boba Fett can get his bounty. Yeah. Once he was in carbonite, Darth Vader didn't care no more. He got the Wookiee, but he really got Princess Leia. That's who he's going after. But the real bait is Luke Skywalker. The whole thing on Cloud City is a trap. Is a trap set for Luke Skywalker. Yoda knew it, and Obi-Wan Kenobi knew it. But Luke Skywalker had to figure it out on his own. Yeah, Boba Fett, he was like the most infamous of the bounty hunters. He fought in the Clone Wars. He wears the armor of a Mandalorian. He's one of the favorites in the Star Wars universe. Although he hardly ever speaks ever, and he shows up in all three movies. But he's like one of the favorites. He's one of the favorites in the Star Wars collection for a lot of people. This is where Darth Vader tells Boba Fett, "You're free to take Han Solo to Jabba the Hutt. Get your fare." So Luke Skywalker shows up and he falls for the trap. When he falls for the trap, Lord Vader's waiting on him. They have a lightsaber battle. In the lightsaber battle is another clue dropped about the ancient Jedi prophecy. As they're fighting, Vader's really not trying to kill Luke. But as they're fighting, Vader says, "Join me and I will complete your training. With our combined power and strength, we can end this destructive conflict and bring order to the galaxy." That's not at all what the Emperor's plan is. As we will see here a little while, this is not at all what the Emperor plans. And the conversations between Darth Vader and his lord, Darth Sidious, Emperor Palpatine, they're about something totally different, what they're going to do with Luke Skywalker. But Darth, while fighting his own son, Luke Skywalker, he says, "Join me and I will complete your training. With our combined power and strength, we can end this destructive conflict and bring order to the galaxy." This is another clue. Every clue has been put aside. At the end of this video we'll go through them all so you can see the clear picture of what is developed here. Now, in this same lightsaber battle, well, I think it continues on over here. All right, so in this same lightsaber battle, which we'll get to in a minute, let's go back to this scene. They're having a lightsaber battle, then it breaks to this scene. This is Lando Calrissian not liking how all this happened, how they're taking Leia and the Wookiee into custody, and how Darth Vader has changed his promise twice for Lando Calrissian to agree to the capture of Han Solo. Lando Calrissian now turns against Darth Vader and helps Princess Leia and Chewbacca. Let's see. And they all make it to the Millennium Falcon. Leia, Chewbacca, and Lando all escape Cloud City with R2-D2 joining them. Again, R2-D2 joins them on the Millennium Falcon. This is Slave One. Slave One is one of the most infamous vessels in the galaxy. Nobody wants to see it. This is Slave One. Slave One is the ship of Boba Fett, the Mandalorian here. This is Han Solo and Carbonite being put into Slave One. Even when he's already secure, look how Boba Fett's he's still defensive. He's a warrior to the core. This is Slave One. He's about to go to Jabba the Hutt and deliver Han Solo. Meanwhile, Luke Skywalker is not as good as Darth Vader with a lightsaber, and he loses his right hand and lightsaber to Darth Vader. In this scene, Darth Vader, this is one of the biggest Mandelas in cinema history, not just Star Wars, in cinema history. Those of us who grew up with Star Wars, as a kid, we used to say these things back and forth. We used to hit each other with broomsticks pretending they were lightsabers, and we used to say the words to the movie. We were raised this way. Gen Xers all out there all know exactly what I'm talking about. This is how we were raised in the 80s. We quoted all this, and we know for a fact the original was, "Luke, I am your father." But when you watch the movie today, it does not say that. it says, "No, I am your father." Nope, I'm sorry. I got a whole video with Shiva Shampoo on. We mentioned about 80 different Mandela effects. I'm 100% a believer in Mandela effect because I'm a simulationist, and I know that the coding and programming to our reality is constantly being altered and changed. I also know that Mandelas are always insignificant little details that people on a social level can agree to, but none of them fundamentally alter reality at all. They're like little tiny edits that we're supposed to pay attention to. So, greatest Mandela effect to me was the change to "No, I am your father." But here he's told, this is the first time in Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back that Luke is told that Darth Vader is his father. Here it is. Now, Darth Vader can't believe it. He's struggling because in this scene, Vader's reaching out. He's trying to get Luke to join him. He's reaching out, and you can even sense the awe and surprise in Vader when Luke, when missing a hand, still refuses to join him and instead commits suicide, because that's basically what he did. The effect of what he did. He just, the reactor core or whatever this whole central area of Cloud City was, he just free fell thousands of feet, but it ended in a chute. He didn't know that. Luke Skywalker could have died, but he didn't know that. But it landed in a chute, and the chute was like a refuse deal for everything that had fallen in this whole area. Gets shuttled out, and he goes out the bottom, and he dangles on an antenna, and he uses the Force, and he talks to, he calls out for Obi-Wan Kenobi, and then he calms down, and he just thinks about his sister Leia. He thinks about Leia. And he doesn't know Leia. I don't think at this time he even knows Leia is his sister yet. But he keeps thinking of Leia, and Leia's nearby. And Leia comes, and while he's hanging underneath, he's missing a hand, and he's underneath. And now Vader's like thousands of feet up there, and he thinks about Leia, and Leia is on the Millennium Falcon flying away when Luke enters her mind, and she says. And she sees a mental picture of him underneath Cloud City. She can't hear his voice or nothing, but she sees a mental picture, and she has Lando Calrissian turn the Millennium Falcon around, and they go pick him up. This is the end of The Empire Strikes Back, and they go pick him up, and they find him. He's right there. There he is, dangling at the upper corner. They see him hanging there. He escaped Lord Vader, and this is the end of the movie. These are the rebel ships. The Millennium Falcon makes it to the rebel fleet, and on a medical frigate. This is a medical frigate right here, and on the medical frigate, they start repairing Luke Skywalker. This is the very end of the movie. This is the conclusion to The Empire Strikes Back. Remember, here's R2-D2, the droid of Darth Vader. All right, so we are done with that file. Oh, we're moving on up. Moving on up. Let me go ahead and stop sharing. We're moving to the next thread. Well, it's been 2 hours and 18 minutes. Some of you like these long videos, but I'm telling you now, we still have an hour to go. Still have an hour to go. So, as is my wont, I will freshen up. So, the Return of the Jedi. Absolutely packed. I have more images of the Return of the Jedi than the other movies because so much is happening. And so many loose ends get tied up, and there's so much esoteric information in there. This is where you get a lot of your aha moments in the Return of the Jedi. Okay. If you guys appreciate all the work, although it's Star Wars, so I don't really call it work, but all the work they got put into putting this presentation together, go and hit that like button. I'd appreciate it. I would. I'd also appreciate it if you share this video. I want to hit those 30 million views within the next 24 hours. I think that would be awesome. Star Wars did it. So let's go ahead and show this next clip. Am I still sharing here? All right, now. Okay. So for those, like I said, my truck drivers out there, mill workers, all those people out there that just can't look at a screen because you're busy working, headphones, whatever you're doing, the text that was just seen by everybody, I'm going to read it for you as an intro to Return of the Jedi. And I am going to go ahead, and there's no sense waiting on it. We're going straight into the Return of the Jedi. Let me share my screen. Let me find what I'm looking for. All right, good. Got it. Yeah, there's a lot more images on this file. This is the biggest file. So Return of the Jedi begins with an opening scene very similar to Star Wars. Very similar to Star Wars. Star Wars started with the Tantive 4 being chased by a Star Destroyer. This one starts with a Star Destroyer releasing an Imperial shuttle and the Death Star, and in the new Death Star. They've already started constructing a whole new Death Star. So the intro, the Return of the Jedi is the reversal of events from the fall of the Old Republic and the killing of the Jedi. Darth Sidious, disguised as a senator, executed Order 66, and the Jedi were murdered everywhere. Obi-Wan master of Anakin Skywalker, took young Luke to the two-sun world of Tatooine and hid in the Outer Rim territories as a rebel senator took Leia and made her an Organa to hide her identity. Yoda, already over 800 years old, hid on a vapor canopy world in the Dagobah system. Luke is the beginning of the new Jedi Order, but it is Anakin Skywalker who resurrects from the past and fulfills the ancient Jedi prophecy of restoring balance to the Force. In both the beginning of his life and the end of his life, Anakin and Darth Vader completely fulfilled the prophecy of the Chosen One. You will see all that laid out for you at the end of this video. So, I forgot where this shuttle's going, or why that shuttle's even here. Hold on. Let's see something. All right. Excuse me. I got so many captions and images here. All right, so this starts off with Vader's shuttle. Vader's shuttle lands on the Death Star. It leaves Vader's Imperial. This is the Imperial Star Destroyer. That's Vader's shuttle right there. This is Vader's shuttle, and his TIE escorts. They make it to the Death Star. When they get to the Death Star, there's an assembly awaiting for them. This is when his shuttle lands in one of the bays. He's met with a huge assembly, and he's telling the guy right here that this is the beginning of Return of the Jedi. He's telling the guy right now that I'm here to make sure that you stay on time. This battle station needs to be fully operational. And the guy tries to assure Lord Vader, hey, you know what? We're going to be on time. I mean, we are understaffed. You know, we don't have the manpower, but we're going to double our efforts or whatever. And Lord Vader says, see that you do. The Emperor will be here momentarily. So the Emperor's on the way. He's coming to the new Death Star too. This is bringing all the players together. And I don't think you see the Emperor very often, but you do. You see him in a hologram in Return of the Jedi. In Empire Strikes Back. In Return of the Jedi, the Emperor makes a physical appearance. He comes to the new under construction Death Star. That's the beginning of the movie. So on Tatooine, this is Jabba the Hutt's palace. And this is a plan unfolding to rescue Han. Han is still a prisoner in the Carbonite, and he's being used as a wall decoration by Jabba the Hutt. He was brought here by Boba Fett. So here comes R2-D2 and C-3PO as part of the rescue plan. Leia is disguised as a bounty hunter, and she makes it in there with a thermal detonator and shocks Jabba the Hutt. And I forgot what the hell she had done something. I can't remember. There's so many scenes in Jabba's palace, but they make it in there, and Jabba the Hutt has an audience with it's with the bounty hunter, a little short bounty hunter with a thermal detonator. But the robots, R2-D2 shows this hologram of Luke Skywalker and shows this hologram to Jabba the Hutt and tells him he wants to make a deal for the release of Han Solo. Jabba the Hutt says no, he's not going to make any deals. And here is poor Han Solo right here as Carbonite being used as a wall decoration. Now there's some interesting characters in here, like you see this girl right here with these appendages. She's a dancer and her appendages go around. So Jabba's more attracted to these women like this because Jabba's a big dude. He likes these women. This don't mean anything to Jabba. This is food to Jabba. And he even sacrifices her to Rancor through a trap door in the side. But this race of people, like Jabba's advisor and translator, is also of the same. It's a planet Ryloth. They're of the Twi'lek race. They got these appendages coming off their heads. They show them a lot in Star Wars. Matter of fact, in the Clone Wars, there was a Jedi Master who was a Twi'lek. Don't ask me how I know this stuff, guys. I'm just nerding out. Anyway, she meets a terrible fate, and Princess Leia sneaks into the she sneaks into no, she didn't sneak into. She does. She's disguised as a bounty hunter. Princess Leia's disguise is very convincing. She even fools Boba Fett. Boba Fett's watching, and when she comes in as a short little bounty hunter, and she sells Chewbacca to Jabba the Hutt, and he doesn't want to pay her price. Well, she negotiates a high price, and Jabba the Hutt says no, and then Jabba the Hutt says, "Why would I pay 35,000 or whatever it was?" And she holds out a little device and clicks it. It's a thermal detonator. It'll destroy everything in the palace. It'll kill everybody. So Jabba laughs and says, "That's my kind of cutthroat criminal right there," and agrees to pay her a little bit lower, but it's a lot higher than he had originally said, and she agrees to it. But he doesn't know that that's Princess Leia. Boba Fett doesn't know either. But after the thermal deactivator is deactivated, and Jabba the Hutt agrees to pay for Chewbacca, the camera pans to Boba Fett, and Boba Fett gives Princess Leia a nod. Like I said, he doesn't know. He doesn't know that she's an imposter. This is her right here. Even C-3PO might not even know. There's no evidence that he knows. So this is Princess Leia in here right here, which leads us to another Easter egg. You see this helmet? You can't really see it, but that's the helmet she's wearing right here. You can't really see it in my pictures, but here it is on Google. The numbers 1138 are stenciled on the right side of the Bosch helmet in Return of the Jedi. Right here. This is another reference to THX 1138. So Lando Calrissian is here as well. Lando Calrissian's here, and he's just he's in disguise as well. So the whole team's here. Chewbacca as a prisoner. Both droids are here as prisoners now, as they were given by Luke Skywalker the hologram as a gift. Lando Calrissian's here, and Leia's here. The whole group's here. They're here to rescue Han. So she deactivates the carbonite and brings Han back out of the carbonite, and he's blind. He can't see, but he knows her voice. And she takes her helmet off and reveals that, "Hey man, we're here to rescue you," but it's too late. Jabba catches them. Jabba catches them, and she's rounded up with the others, but there's still Lando Calrissian, who it's unknown. They don't know Lando Calrissian is one of them. But Chewbacca is captured. Princess Leia is captured. And Han Solo is thrown in the same dungeon cell as Chewbacca. All this happens toward the beginning of the movie. So the stranger appears, who's already used his Jedi mind tricks on this Twi'lek. Here's a Twi'lek with the deals wrapped around him. He's already used it, but Jabba laughs because he understands that the dude's behaving strangely, and he realizes, oh, Jedi mind trick. But the race of the Hutts, the Jedi mind tricks don't work on them. So there's Princess Leia, all sexied out. Yo, that was super sexy in the 70s. Well, what is this? This is 1983. Same thing. So here's Princess Leia. She's the slave. She's the throne slave of Jabba the Hutt. The Twi'lek is trying to convince Jabba the Hutt that you need to hear him out. But Jabba laughs because he knows he's been mind tricked. So Luke sits there and talks to him, and he ain't trying to hear it. And he tells Jabba the Hutt, listen, man, you better make a deal with me, man, or else. And Jabba laughs at him, hits the floor panel, and Luke falls into the cavern underneath Jabba's palace, where this Rancor beast. This is the Rancor pit, where the earlier Twi'lek female was eaten. They showed it in the movie. Now you see the Rancor is coming for Luke after it ate one of the pig men, one of the warriors, the Tatooine indigenous warriors of Jabba the Hutt. So Jabba is sitting here laughing, and here's Boba Fett. Boba Fett's everywhere. Boba Fett never talks, but he's everywhere. So here's Boba Fett in the background, the bounty hunter in the crime lord's castle of fortress, and here is Jabba the Hutt laughing about the Jedi about to be eaten by a Rancor, but it doesn't happen. You know what? I didn't even get the image. I didn't get the images, but Luke escapes the Rancor, goes through his legs after putting a bone in his mouth to delay him. And then the Rancor snaps the bone. Luke goes through his legs just long enough for him to hit the control panel, where that huge giant metal gate comes down on the Rancor's head when the Rancor turns around and tries to get him where he fled to. But the big old iron gate crushed him and came down. So no one had ever done that move before. So it's so Luke, Han Solo, Chewbacca. I think it's just those three. Luke, Han Solo, and Chewbacca are taken to. And not Leia, but the three men are taken to the barge. Leia is on the big barge, but they're taken out. Jabba's on this big barge. The prisoners are here. They're going to get thrown into this pit. This is just another barge, like a security barge. But they're going out on the desert of Tatooine, and they're going to what's called a Sarlacc pit. A Sarlacc is a giant creature. Maybe I got a picture of Sarlacc here. Pretty sure I do. This is the Sarlacc pit. They're going to get thrown in the Sarlacc pit. So the Sarlacc keeps you alive for a long time. Now, the myth behind it is that you stay alive for a very long time, 1,000 years. It digests you in 1,000 years, which, is impossible. But evidently, it's got a venom or something that makes you feel like it's a very long period of time as you're dying. So they're going to throw Luke, Han Solo, and Chewbacca into the Sarlacc pit. Oh, I was right there anyway. Okay. Here's Jabba trying to get his Mac on Princess Leia. Soon you will learn to appreciate me. He's going to kill Han. So Jabba's henchmen take the group to the Sarlacc pit for the execution, and Luke uses his new lightsaber right here on the bar. There's the barge where Jabba's hanging out with his people. He takes his throne everywhere, and then here's the execution barge where they're going to go. There's Chewie. Lando Calrissian is still in disguise. They don't know about him yet. But Luke, Han, and Chewie are about to be thrown in the pit. And of course, R2-D2 has a backup lightsaber. R2-D2 has a backup lightsaber hidden inside of him, and he ejects it out, and Luke starts taking off. And the most fearless warrior here is Boba Fett. Boba Fett in the Mandalorian armor is not. He's no one to mess around with. Luke attacks his weapon, but Boba Fett doesn't flee. Boba Fett stays in the fight. You got to understand who Boba Fett is. So I'm gonna tell you here in a little while. Boba Fett gets knocked down. This is Boba Fett right here. He fought to the end. This is Boba Fett here. Slides all the way into the Rancor pit. Boba Fett goes into the pit. And that's the end of the movie. That's the end for him in the Return of the Jedi. Boba Fett's gone in the Return of the Jedi. This is Princess Leia on the barge while all this chaos is going on outside. Princess Leia is taking the same chain that Jabba has her chain to, and she's gone around his body and put it around his neck, and she's pulling and trying to choke him to death. So I have to tell you about Boba Fett. Boba Fett survives after the pit. Not in the movie, not in the original trilogy. Not in the original trilogy, but in the Star Wars books. His father was Jango Fett. He died at the hands of a Jedi master called Mace Windu. Mace Windu, and it showed it in the Star Wars movies later that came out. It shows Mace Windu killing Jango Fett. So Boba Fett's father is infamous in the galaxy. In I believe it was episode 2, Attack of the Clones, where Mace Windu killed him. But Jango Fett was the Mandalorian, epic warrior, the most feared warriors in the galaxy. He is the Mandalorian, and the Emperor Palpatine, Darth Sidious, chose the race of Mandalorian, and of the Mandalorians, he chose Jango Fett to be the ultimate template for his clone army, which is the origin of the Stormtroopers. The Stormtroopers in the Clone Wars, all the Stormtroopers were the clones of Jango Fett. Jango Fett is the father of Boba Fett, who just fell into this pit. And in Return of the Jedi, that's the end of him. But in the books, even his armor is weaponized. And once he was down there, his armor emitted a massive like plasma flames and burned the inside of the Sarlacc. And he was able to burn a hole out of the Sarlacc and get out. He was damaged, he was injured, but he escaped. His own armor fights. So that's the story of Boba Fett. Boba Fett was well known to Darth Vader because Jango Fett was known by everybody. And Jango Fett was such a feared and exemplary warrior, being the Mandalorian, that he was used as the ultimate model for all the Stormtrooper clones. Every Stormtrooper helmet, if you took it off, it was the face of Jango Fett. This is in the original. This is in the original Clone Wars. So this is another reason why Darth Vader deferred to he may not have saw him as an equal, but he knew he was to be respected. And of course, the fat slob Jabba the Hutt dies. The Jedi saves the day, and they blow up the barge and they get away. They blow up the barge using the barge's own cannon. They just aimed the cannon down and shot a couple times and got away. Meanwhile, back on the new Death Star, the Emperor. Man, these are the coolest action figures. I love these action figures here. The tall red guys, man, they were badass. These are Imperial Guards. The best of the scout troopers, snow troopers. The snow troopers look cool too. The best of the scout troopers and snow troopers and storm troopers, the very best of them were made into Imperial Guards. So the Emperor arrives on the Death Star. There's Lord Vader taking a knee. Here's the Emperor. Now, on the Emperor's mind is Luke Skywalker. Luke Skywalker is the focus of the Emperor's attention. That's the focus. Not as a threat. He sees that he can be turned. Now, what is never ever explained in Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, in The Return of the Jedi is the Sith rituals and Sith training. You got to read the books to know about this. No Sith Lord will ever have two apprentices. They're going to have one. They're going to have one. So the Emperor continually telling Darth Vader to bring in Luke, we're going to turn him to the dark side, is literally admitting that I'm going to do away with you. Do away with Darth Vader. Because this is a Sith master. And if he's going to have an apprentice and he wants it to be Luke Skywalker, then that means he doesn't want it to be Darth Vader. So, I just wanted to get that little Sith trivia out there. Yeah, somebody mentioned a real fact that the Fets aren't true Mandalorians. Yeah, Boba Fett killed a Mandalorian, took his armor, I believe. And was ever after called the Mandalorian, Jango. Yeah, the books have a lot of details in them, guys. The movies don't. That's why it's so good to read books. If you're interested in the narrative, just read the books prior to Disney's hijacking of the narrative. That's all you got to do. Those books are fantastic. So he's talking about getting Luke. Meanwhile, look at that Imperial display. All these people are out here on the Death Star just for the little short 200-foot walk to the elevator for the Emperor. Meanwhile, after talking about Luke Skywalker returns to Dagobah, to the Vapor Canopy world, and goes in here and he talks to Yoda. He returns to complete his training. And this is a sad part because on his deathbed, Yoda was just waiting for him to return, then he just died. But on his deathbed, he confirmed that Darth Vader was his father. And Yoda said something really interesting. When Yoda heard that Luke knew, he said, he told you, did he? And Luke said, yes, yeah, he told me everything. And Yoda said, this is most unexpected. Here's another clue about the unfolding of the prophecy. For Darth Vader to tell Luke, I am your father, to be unexpected by Yoda means something else is playing out here that Yoda would have not foreseen. Yoda foresees Darth Vader as being forever evil, forever going to the dark side. He's no good SOB. He's been a no good SOB ever since he turned from being Anakin Skywalker and became Darth Vader. That's all Yoda sees. When he says it's most unexpected. And then he dies. So, there's a change happening in the Force, and that change is also changing others who have been affected by the Force, and it's unfolding. It's unfolding rapidly in this movie here, as we'll see. This is one of Yoda's last moments, talking about how unexpected it was. He lays down, and just like Obi-Wan's avatar was assumed back into the Force. Yoda as well, because when Yoda dies, Luke looks down and sees there's nothing there. Yoda vanishes, just like Obi-Wan, the Jedi Master. Now the Jedi Master Yoda does the same thing. When he dies, he's absorbed into the Force. But he died. He's like one of the only Jedis that died of old age. So we got Obi-Wan Kenobi Force ghost appearing, giving him a pep talk, talking about, yeah, Lord, why didn't you, he said, why didn't you tell me Vader was my dad, my father, and all that? So, and Luke realizes that Leia is his sister, and that they are brother and sister. They are the son and daughter to Anakin Skywalker, who became Darth Vader. All that's revealed in this scene. Maybe he'll quit kissing her. All right. So we have the Rebel Alliance. We have all these things are coming to a head. They got intel that the Emperor himself, Emperor Palpatine, is on the new Death Star. They've got intel that the Death Star is not operational. The weapon is not operational. They've got intel that the Death Star is literally a victim just sitting out there, and that is protected by a shield, that in the shield generator is on the nearby moon of Endor. They get intel on how they can get into Endor, the Endor facility, and deactivate the shield. Everything looks good in Return of the Jedi. Everything looks good for the Rebel fleet. They're confident, and they come in full force to attack the Death Star before construction can end, especially with Darth Vader and the Emperor being on board. Every bit of this is a choreographed attack by the Rebel Alliance. This is the Rebel flagship called Home One. So the Rebel Alliance leaders, they all get together, and they're talking about all these details that I just mentioned. This is the subject of the conversation. This is the perfect time. It's perfect. Everything's got, all they got to do is send a special forces type detachment to the moon of Endor. Just to doesn't even need a lot of people. Just send get them by surprise. Go in there, deactivate the shield generator, and then the fleet can come out of hyperspace and instantly start attacking the Death Star. That's the plan. Super simple plan. All right. This is Admiral Akbar. This lady here, they only show her in like 2 scenes in the whole deal, but this lady here is one of the original senators from the Clone Wars, who is against the Empire, against Palpatine, and she had to go into hiding too. They're going to end up killing her too, and she ended up she was voted in. She was one of the senators that helped fund the Rebel Alliance and all that. She ended up voted in by the rebels to be the leader of the Rebel Alliance. Admiral Akbar is just really good in battle situations, so she defers to him. He's of the race of Mon Calamari, which I think it's a joke. It's a Star Wars. It's got to be a Star Wars joke. Dude looks like a squid. Why are you gonna call him Mon Calamari? That's his race. So anyway, Mon Calamari, Admiral Akbar. This is him right here. Here are the rebels getting ready. Here's one of the hangars. Here we have the X class. There's different X class. These right here, because the Jedi had their own. The Jedi had their own X class that were different than just Rebel X class. Millennium Falcon right here. I'm not sure what this is. What that is. I know this is a bomber, photon torpedo bomber right here. You see these in Star Wars, those are bombers. And this is an Imperial shuttle that they stole. All right, so what is that? I know that there is another. Okay. So this conversation is really interesting. Let me make sure this is the conversation. I got a lot of images this time. I need to make sure that this one is the conversation. I think it is. It is. This is it. I wanted to make sure. Okay. Unusual scene here. Unusual scene here. On the Death Star, Lord Vader, who is Darth Vader, approaches his master, Darth Sidious, who is Emperor Palpatine. Darth Vader says, "My master, a small rebel force has penetrated the shield and landed on Endor. They did it using the Imperial shuttle." So he says, "A small rebel force has penetrated the shield and landed on Endor." How did Darth Vader know that? I know, but you should guess by now. So a small rebel force has penetrated the shield and landed on Endor. Emperor Palpatine says, "Yes, I know." So Vader says, "My son is with them." It is the first reference in the first person to Luke Skywalker being his son. They've been calling him Skywalker, but Darth Vader tells Darth Sidious, "My son is with them." Emperor Palpatine says, "Are you sure?" Darth Vader replies, "I have felt him, my master." Emperor Palpatine says, "Strange that I have not. I wonder if your feelings on this matter are clear, Lord Vader." And Vader responds, "They are clear, my master." So Emperor Palpatine says, "Then you must go to the sanctuary moon and wait for him." Lord Palpatine always seems to know everything, but how did he not know this? What shifted in the Force that kept Lord Palpatine from even reading Darth Vader's mind? Because he's always been able to do it. Even Palpatine is taken back. "Strange that I have not. I wonder if your feelings on this matter are clear, Lord." Darth Vader told him, "I felt him, my master." But Palpatine had not felt Luke Skywalker. Right there close to him on the moon of Endor, which was projecting the shield for the unfinished battle station. Something had shifted. This is another clue on the prophecy of the Jedi. Something had shifted in the Force ever since they blew up the planet Alderaan. So we'll keep on moving forward. Now, in this room, in this scene, there's a scene here that it's never been explained. Man, I looked online, I was looking everywhere to explain. It's the very next image I'm going to show you, because when Darth Vader takes his leave, the camera shows the Emperor turn to the left and start talking to two strange figures that it never identifies. Who in the hell are these guys? Can anybody in the chat answer me who these guys are? I can take a guess. I can say that this was the 1983 costume version of the Trade Federation guys, because remember, Lord Palpatine later on used the armies of the trade for their android armies, the Trade Federation. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know who these guys are. Just don't know. But it's never explained in Return of the Jedi who these guys are. But whoever they are, they have audience with Darth Sidious. Thought that was pretty interesting. The reason I don't know if they're Trade Federation is because by this time in the narrative, Return of the Jedi, the Trade Federation was obliterated and destroyed back in the Clone Wars. So I don't know. I don't know who these guys are, unless they're a new. I don't know. Maybe they're harbingers of the New Order that appeared after these movies. I don't know. Han Solo and Chewie, they're on their way to Endor, and they are There's the Death Star. There's the Sun Crusher. And they're on their way to the moon indoor. They're calling in the codes and they're being approved. And they make it to indoor. And this is an Imperial scout. They're on these badass sleds. Every kid in the 80s wanted one of these. Even adults wanted one of these hover sleds. They are so badass. Motorcycle without wheels that goes super fast. Unfortunately, they go so fast you'll die. As all these dudes did. So crazy. The whole thing is so crazy. It is crazy, though. So here it is. Here's Luke and Leia on the speeders. They're going. This is on the moon of Endor. They're on the speeders. And here's a good money shot. Man, that's a good shot. And then Luke, being a Jedi, he takes a speeder from somebody at high velocity, kills that guy, and now Luke and Leia are riding side by side. And Luke ventures off and does something else and crashes, and then Leia keeps going. There's Leia again. She keeps going. Luke is having a battle with this dude on a scooter. They're going back and forth, and both of them crash. And Luke makes it back to base, but Leia does not. And this little mutant Care Bear looking thing comes out, an Ewok on the moon of Endor comes out and discovers Princess Leia. And they befriend. Princess Leia pretty much befriends the Ewoks and goes to their village. Meanwhile, back at the Death Star, what do we have going on here? Oh, Luke surrenders himself on the moon of Endor. He surrenders himself to Vader's men. Lord Vader coming in to talk to Palpatine again. Talking about, I believe they're talking about how Luke has been captured and he's on the way. Not really sure. That's a good money shot of the Emperor. And Luke has been captured. He's been taken up. And meanwhile, the Ewoks, they've got C-3PO here. There's the Ewok village. Leia's already there. Leia and Han reunite. Here's a little adorable shot of Carrie Fisher right here. I believe that's Han. That's Han Solo. Or it might be Luke before he's captured. It might be Luke before he's captured. He's not captured. He turns himself in. Yeah, I believe he turned himself in. Here's the shuttle. Lord Vader leaves the Death Star on a shuttle, comes down here and picks up Luke. They have their little dialogue. Darth Vader talks to Luke, tells him you need to come to the dark side. Luke tells him no. Vader's not very aggressive with him. Not very aggressive with him at all, as a matter of fact. So, here is, again, it's like an appeal from Darth Vader. It's like Darth Vader's trying one more time. Because remember in the earlier movie, man, he tried to get him to join him, and together, not with Emperor Palpatine, not with Darth Sidious, but together they can rule the galaxy. And he even focused on bringing order back to the galaxy, man. We can rule it together, and we can stop all this controversy. Just good little old shots of old Vader. Then we go back to the moon. That's right before he takes Luke Skywalker up to the Emperor's chamber. Back on the moon of Endor, they're trying to get the shield generator down. It's just not working. They're having problems. And the real problem here is that the Rebel fleet has come out of hyperspace. Well, they're about to launch into hyperspace because they're all doing it's choreographed. They're hoping for the shield generator to be down. They did all this with models. It's amazing. Did all with models. Here's the famous Mon Calamari, Admiral Akbar, telling everybody to jump to hyperspace, and they do. Everybody goes. That's it. Got me another money shot. Look at that. And they're going to attack the Death Star. So the Rebel Alliance is on the way, and they make it into the shield generator, like Citadel, but it's a trap. Darth Vader already knew they were coming. He already set the trap. Excuse me, the Emperor already knew they were coming. He already set a trap. Back on the Death Star, we have Luke Skywalker taken into the chamber of Emperor Palpatine, Darth Sidious. Here is father and son. Thank you for that information. Got to have gotten that information from a book, from a Star Wars book. Somebody named the two people that were in that chamber. Thank you for naming them. I didn't know who they were. I looked too. I haven't read that book. All right. So, meanwhile, we have the Emperor is basically asking, Luke surrendered himself, and the Emperor is basically being polite and asking him, come to the dark side. So it's but Luke is stringent. He's not going to do it. And the Emperor begins to brag and boast about the traps he's set, because he has set some traps. He's looking at Luke like, you're just crazy. I cannot believe you're not going to come to the dark side. I cannot believe that you're not going to try and save, because he's going to undo everything. He's going to save everybody if Luke will do it. But the fleet's coming, and they're coming into a trap because the shield generator is not going to be down. His friends on Endor are all going to be captured, and he can't believe Luke is sticking to his guns and he's not going to join Emperor Palpatine. And Emperor Palpatine's laying out all the evidence of why he should. So back on the moon of Endor, Chewbacca, Han Solo, and the rebels capture the shield generator deal. But it's the trap. They walk into a trap and they get arrested. They get surrounded and totally arrested. And then all the rebel ships come out of hyperspace, but the shield's still up. The fleet totally arrives and has to start breaking up because they realize the shield generator is still active. The Mon Calamari, right here, Admiral Akbar, this is the famous still right here where he says, "It's a trap. It's a trap. Take evasive. It's a trap. Take evasive maneuvers." And here's the epic battle, because it is a trap. They have to call off the assault on the Death Star. Meanwhile, on the other side of the moon is a massive Imperial fleet, and they got to deal with them now. Again, the dialogue continues between Darth Sidious and Luke Skywalker. Darth Sidious wants Luke as his apprentice. That's what he wants. Darth Sidious tells him straight out over and over, your friends are going to die. The Rebel Alliance is going to die. We're going to capture everybody. He goes on and on and on about it. The whole time, the whole conversation between Lord Palpatine and Luke, Darth Vader's listening, and you get this sensation, you get this feeling, because the camera keeps panning to Darth Vader, but he doesn't really say anything. So it's almost like there's a struggle here. Inside that helmet, this dude is not liking what's coming out of Emperor Palpatine's mouth. He knows it's the end for him. If Luke Skywalker accepts, it's going to be the end. Now, if Luke Skywalker would have accepted being Darth Vader's apprentice, that could have been acceptable. Could have been acceptable. But Darth Vader is already the apprentice of the Sith Lord Palpatine, Darth Sidious. Darth Vader is his apprentice. So if Darth Sidious takes on Luke Skywalker as an apprentice, somebody's got to kill Darth Vader. So they get arrested. It was a setup from the beginning. Enter in the Care Bears because Senator Palpatine had never taken into consideration, Darth Sidious had never taken consideration that the rebels would befriend some locals. And they did. They did. Because as soon as they're arrested, they're overwhelmed. As soon as they're arrested, these little Care Bears called Ewoks, they come out and they start attacking. And it's a battle. It's a battle. They're dropping logs, boulders, using slingshots, bows and arrows, and they're attacking the stormtroopers. But it's enough chaos for the heroes to grab weapons and start fighting back. And they get back inside the shield generator area only after one of these what are these? These are for scouts. These are ATASs is what they're called. These are all-terrain armored scout vehicle. These right here. One of these gets hijacked by these little bears, and Chewbacca helps them and gets in there and knows how to steer it, and he starts shooting up shit. He hijacks it. Now all the little Ewoks are happy. They got their own. And they helped out the rebels. Meanwhile, the battle is not doing good. It's not doing good. The Rebel Alliance hasn't been able to do anything because the shield generator's still up, and they're having to handle all the stuff going on. And then they get hit with a humdinger because the intel that they got was deliberately falsified. The intel they got was that the Death Star was not an operational battle station, but it is. It's Senator Palpatine. Emperor Palpatine had put false information out there for the rebels to steal. The Death Star did work, and they blew up one of the capital ships of the rebels, which sent them panicking even more. Poor guys. They didn't see that coming. So Han Solo and Princess Leia get trapped here at the shield generator motor. They can't get in. The Ewoks take command of the situation against the stormtroopers. The Death Star keeps blowing up capital ships. So the capital ships change tactics and they go get real close to the Star Destroyers. The fleet breaks up and they try to get real close to the Star Destroyers. Millennium Falcon's out here waiting on the shield to go down because Lando Calrissian has a lot of faith in Han Solo. The Emperor tells Luke to watch how the rebel fleets are being destroyed. Again, Vader's just listening. He's not contributing to the conversation. He's just listening to his master Darth Sidious boast and threaten and do all this against his son Luke Skywalker. This is what he's absorbing. So Luke pretends to not go for the lightsaber because his lightsaber was put there as a lure, because that's all Senator, I keep calling him Senator Palpatine. That's all Emperor Palpatine wants. He leaves it there because he wants Luke to pick up the lightsaber because he knows now he's going to have to fight his father to the death. And that's exactly what happens. So he puts the lightsaber there, and then Luke goes for it, uses the Force, grabs the lightsaber, and then tries to kill the Emperor, but Darth Vader's lightsaber comes out and blocks. And they begin to fight. They begin to tear the place up. Now the Ewoks and the Wookiee have command of an ATAS. Wookiee saves the day, and they blast their way into the shield generator to deactivate it. Meanwhile, the Emperor watches as Luke and Vader engage in a lightsaber battle, and Luke holds his own in this battle. He holds his own. You can see Vader struggling with Luke. Luke's gotten really good with the lightsaber. He's doing good. And then he chops off. He absolutely chops off Vader's lightsaber hand, his right hand. But he can't kill him. He can't kill Vader. This is a really interesting development. Why? Because what is the Force about? I'm not talking about a Judeo-Christian version of good and evil. What is the Force about in George Lucas's Star Wars universe? It's about balance. In The Empire Strikes Back, the Father cut off the Son's right hand. In The Return of the Jedi, the Son cut off the Father's right hand. It's perfect balance. Neither one of them killed each other. Perfect balance. All right. Okay, so after the balance is over, was that the next one? Yeah, that's the next one. He's looking down on Vader, but he won't kill him. And the Emperor is literally shaking. Kill him. He's telling Luke to finish off Darth Vader. Kill him. Luke doesn't do it. Luke faces off with Emperor Palpatine, Darth Sidious. This is the look of an ancient Sith who's like looking at Luke. Are you retarded? I have offered you the galaxy. I have offered to save your friends. I have offered to save your fleet. And you still. So Luke tells him, I'm never going to join you. I'm never going to go to the dark side. And this is the last look Emperor Palpatine gives him before he says, so be it. This is the shield generator exploding. They blow up the shield generator, and instantly they're able to attack the Death Star. And the X-Wings and the little AT bombers, they all start going in there. They go in it's the energy corridor. They're going to the main reactor core. So the Emperor is going to kill Luke Skywalker with Force lightning. He's just hitting him with Force lightning. But not instantly. He tortures him first. So Luke's getting tortured for a while as Vader sits there and watches. Darth Vader, Anakin Skywalker, just sits there watching. He's missing a hand. His hand is gone. And he's standing side by side with the Emperor as the Emperor is electrocuting Luke. During the electrocution, Luke is being electrocuted and he screams out, Father, help me. Vader just continues to look. Here's Luke being electrocuted by Darth Sidious. Here's Vader. The camera keeps panning back and forth. It's making you understand there's something going on in Vader's helmet. So Vader's sitting there looking again. The lightning just continues. This time, Darth Sidious doesn't pull back. The lightning just continues and continues. And Vader, the camera even shows Vader turn and look at his master. Like, hey man, that's my son. You can almost read Vader's mind. Are you not going to stop? And then Vader screams no and picks up Darth Sidious while he's doing his force lightning deal. Picks him up and throws him all the way down the whatever that chute is. Huge chute going all the way down. Throws him all the way down it. There he is right there. Force lightning still coming off his body. Throws him all the way down here. So, on the Sun Crusher, somebody, I think one of the bombers got a good hit on. Oh no, I think one of the damaged X-wings crashed into the bridge. This is the bridge on the Sun Crusher, and the Sun Crusher just started listing. And when it listed toward the Death Star and goes straight in it. That's Admiral Akbar. So there's the Imperial gigantic ship going into the surface of the Death Star. Look, guys, the Death Star's flat. Oh my God. It's flat, guys. The Death Star's flat. Man, we got to rewrite Star Wars. Pretty emotional scene here. This is Emperor Palpatine's throne room. Right here. Right here. So Darth Vader killed himself doing actually the force lightning that Luke was taking. They went ahead and finished Darth Vader when he grabbed Emperor Palpatine, because Vader only had his hand removed. He just had his hand removed, and but when he picked up Senator Palpatine, look at him now. He got super damaged picking up the Emperor and throwing the Emperor over, and he literally tells Luke, "Man, I'm dying. So he asked Luke, "Hey man, please remove my helmet. Help me remove my mask so I can at least look at you one time, so I can look upon my son." It's a pretty emotional deal. So Luke is like, "No, Dad, I'm gonna save you. I'm gonna get you out of here." And Anakin Skywalker now tells Luke, "You've already saved me." So this is the end right here for Darth Vader. This is the end for Anakin. And it's important to Anakin that Luke tell his sister, you know what I mean, that he saved him. Well, pretty cool story. But this is Anakin Skywalker. He started off as Anakin Skywalker. He became Darth Vader. Then Anakin Skywalker came back right before he died. So this is the death scene right here. This is where he dies. And this is where the Death Star dies. See that X-wing there? This is the Death Star. This is where it dies. This is the core reactor, and they hit it with torpedoes, and they get the hell out of there. There's that Millennium Falcon. There's the money shot. That's the Dukes of Hazzard Falcon. It's getting up out of there. These are the Ewoks celebrating. Remember, Wedge Antilles is one of the only non-main characters in here that fought in all three major battles in Star Wars and survived all three of them. He's a rebel fighter pilot, and he plays a role in all three movies. Wedge Antilles. Oh, we're not done, guys. We're not done at all. And of course, the romance continues here. Princess Leia celebrating everywhere on Tatooine. Basically the Empire is fallen. Ewoks are celebrating on the moon of Endor. There's 3 Force ghosts. Now Yoda and Obi-Wan Kenobi are joined by young Anakin Skywalker. So I do want to bring something to your attention. On the bridge, before we even got to this point, this is the end of the movie. It's a good picture, actually. All the major characters. So right before he took him into the Emperor. Let me find it real quick. Right before he took him into the Emperor on the bridge. Vader explicitly, I skipped this earlier. Vader explicitly says to Luke, the Emperor will show you the true meaning of power. Come with me and leave the rebellion to fight on without you. Together we can rule the galaxy. And with my newfound allegiance, we can overthrow the Emperor. I'm going to read that to you again because this is in the movie. This is what he says. Remember, he tried to talk to Luke 2 times before. This is the final time Darth Vader tried to talk to Luke before he had to take him into the Emperor's throne room. But Vader explicitly said to Luke, this is direct quote, the Emperor will show you the true meaning of power, but come with me and leave the rebellion to fight on without you. Together we can rule the galaxy, and with my newfound allegiance, we can overthrow the Emperor. This is what he said. Also, 2 times in the movie Return of the Jedi, the Emperor, he read Vader's mind and said he was, I mean, there's 2 times in the movie he read Lord Vader's mind, and both times he told him he was thinking of young Skywalker. So I find that very interesting. The reason I find it interesting is because a 3rd time happened where he couldn't read his mind, and nor did he even know that Skywalker was nearby. Remember, he said, "Nah, it's funny, I didn't sense anything," because something had shifted in the Force. Now, also, 2 times in the Return of the Jedi, not in Star Wars and not in Empire Strikes Back, but 2 times in the Return of the Jedi, Darth Vader referred to Luke as my son. This is all showing hints of a great personalization, a shift. There's a huge shift dynamic here with Darth Vader in the 3rd movie. But we're not done at all. So, all three movies have these drops. THX 1138, or sometimes it's just 1138. Each movie has this drop. 2 of the movies have the drops 2 or 3 times each. THX 1138, but that is the Star Wars movie. I mean, that is the Star Wars trilogy. That's Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, and The Return of the Jedi. That's the movies. But we're not done yet by any stretch of the imagination. So, the ancient Jedi prophecy specifically said, in the time of greatest despair, a child shall be born who will destroy the Sith and bring balance to the Force. Ancient Jedi prophecy. So, I need to see something here. Where is my screen? I'm watching what you guys are watching, and I see a delay. It's like a 20-second delay. I mean, it's not affecting you guys, but there's literally 20 seconds between what I'm saying and what you guys are saying. Wow. No biggie. All right, so I'm going to tell you about this prophecy. The prophecy of the chosen one is an ancient Jedi prediction that foretells the coming of a person who would bring balance to the Force. Now, the Force is an energy field that connects all living things in the Star Wars universe, and it has two sides, the light side and the dark side. The Jedi believe in maintaining balance by adhering to the light side, while the Sith embrace the dark side. It's not even about good and evil. So the prophecy was first mentioned in the Phantom Menace by Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn to the Jedi Council, and it alarmed them. They had a whole special meeting about Anakin. So the evidence from the original Star Wars movie that we've already gone through today is that Ben Kenobi told Luke, for over 1,000 generations, the Jedi Knights were the guardians of peace and justice in the Old Republic before the Dark Times, before the Empire. So, the Jedi prophecy of the Chosen One is about someone who will bring balance back to the Force. Does it sound like it's very fair that the Jedi ruled for over 1,000 generations? And by the time of the story of Anakin's birth, the Senate was absolutely corrupt, and the corruption had allowed a Sith Lord to rise all the way to the ranks of the most powerful senator, and then ultimately become the Emperor Palpatine. The Jedi had been ruling for so long; they had grown boastful, they had grown haughty, they had lowered their defenses. There's no balance here. They have overwhelmed the Jedi side. The Warriors of Light had overwhelmed the Sith. There was only one Sith Lord and one Sith apprentice. So this is just a clue. This is just a clue. But the evidence from The Empire Strikes Back is when Vader told Luke, "Join me, and I will complete your training. With our combined power and strength, we can end this destructive conflict and bring order to the galaxy." Turn this off. So here's another clue as to the interpretation of this prophecy. Vader says, "Join me and I will complete your training. With our combined power and strength, we can end this destructive conflict and bring order to the galaxy." Vader's not trying to create battles and wars. He's not trying to do and he's trying to bring order to the galaxy. You may not agree with what type of order he brings, but he wants to bring an end to the chaos. And he wants Luke to join him. It's just a clue. This is in The Empire Strikes Back. This isn't some supervillain who wants to go out and just pillage and plunder. Evidence from the Return of the Jedi. Vader explicitly says to Luke, "The Emperor will show you the true meaning of power. Come with me and leave the rebellion to fight on without you. Together, we can rule the galaxy, and with my newfound allegiance, we can overthrow the Emperor." That's what Vader told Luke in private before he took him into the Emperor's chambers. So remember, this is more evidence. Twice in the Return of the Jedi, the Emperor read Vader's mind and said he was thinking about young Skywalker, knowing it was his son. But at the same time, when young Skywalker was nearby, the Emperor couldn't sense him. Also, that's this conversation here. When Vader said, "My master, a small rebel force has penetrated the shield and landed on Endor." And Palpatine said, "Yes, I know." Vader said, "My son is with them." So Palpatine, "Are you sure?" And Vader says, "I have felt him, my master." Emperor Palpatine says, "Strange that I have not. I wonder if your feelings on this matter are clear. Lord Vader. And Vader responded, "They are clear, my master." What an unusual conversation. The Emperor has lost his touch. He normally knows everything, especially what's in Vader's mind, but he didn't know this. Another piece of evidence is that twice in the final movie, Darth Vader refers to Luke as my son. It's personal. Now, we cannot ignore that the prophecy very specifically said that the child of prophecy who was to bring balance back to the Force was going to end the Order of the Sith. Luke Skywalker never did that. He never ended the Order of the Sith, and neither did any other rebel. The only one that ended the Order of the Sith, because there's only a master and apprentice. Darth Sidious was thrown to his death by Darth Vader. The Force lightning coming off of Darth Sidious was enough to go ahead and end Darth Vader. It just took him a few minutes to die. Vader threw the Emperor down the reactor shaft. Vader is Anakin Skywalker. We have to remember that. It's a key to understanding in the Star Wars story because of what happened before the Clone Wars. It's a key to understanding the prophecy. Vader threw the Emperor down the shaft, ending the Sith because he himself died too. So we have to look back to the beginning, before Star Wars. The movie The Phantom Menace provides us more evidence. Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn believed that a young slave boy named Anakin Skywalker was very unusually strong with the Force. He believed he was the chosen one. His midi-chlorian account was off the chart. Midi-chlorians are what make you Force sensitive. So this is huge for a Jedi Master to suspect that. There's a bunch of Padawans. There's a bunch of Force-sensitive kids. But to believe that this one kid was the chosen one, even the Jedi Council balked. Even they balked. But Qui-Gon Jinn was not known for this type of exaggeration. Qui-Gon, he actually believed that this kid, he's the chosen one. And what's really compelling is that Qui-Gon Jinn talked to Anakin's mother. A bunch of you who know the Star Wars story know where this is going, because Anakin's mother admitted to Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn that Anakin was special and that he had no father. She got pregnant, but she had not lain with a man. So you got to remember what Luke was told by Obi-Wan Kenobi. He was told by Obi-Wan and Yoda that the Force creates life, and life creates the Force. Anakin Skywalker was not only the child of prophecy, he was the chosen one. He was the child of the Force. Because the Jedi had ruled for 1,000 generations, and look how corrupt everything was by the time that had happened. When Anakin was born, it was time to bring balance back into the back, and everything was okay until they blew up that planet. The Death Star blew up that planet. That's not balance. So everything shifted again. Anakin returned from being Darth Vader in his final act on the fulfillment of the prophecy, which was to end the Order of the Sith, which is what he did. That's my analysis on the Jedi prophecy, guys. That's my Archaix analysis of Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, The Return of the Jedi. We're not done with the video because of the Easter eggs and where they're telling us to look. You don't direct 3 movies that become international phenomenon and put a clue in there about THX 1138 and you don't go look at it. All 3 movies are directing our attention somewhere else, so we need to go there next. I just wanted to tell you, when it comes to Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi, that is my presentation. So, all right, let's see. I'm looking at something here. Yeah, the Force is all about balance. It's all about balance. So your interpretation might be different. I'm totally cool with that. I'm totally cool with you arguing your own points in the chat. I don't care. The reason I don't care is because this is just my perception based off the 3 movies that I've watched multiple times. But the truth of the matter is, I can't not mention this. George Lucas specifically in multiple interviews was asked this question, and he specifically said he left it open to interpretation. He just left it open. Once The Phantom Menace was released, people were asking, hey, was Anakin Skywalker the child of prophecy? Were the Jedi tripping? Was Qui-Gon tripping? Or was the Jedi Council actually correct in thinking that he couldn't be the child of prophecy? So anyway, he ended up being the child. He ended up fulfilling it, in my opinion. You tell me what your opinion is in the chat. My opinion is all this adds up to the fact that the actual ancient Jedi prophecy was fulfilled in Anakin Skywalker becoming Darth Vader, and then right there before he died, Anakin made an encore appearance right before he died. So, but George Lucas did say that he left it open to everyone's interpretation. So there's really no right or wrong here. It's just one of those things. And so before we go into THX 1138, which isn't going to take long at all, but you're going to want to hear this. It's very interesting. This is right here, like inspiration. The samurai was inspiration for Darth Vader's appearance. Yeah, Darth Vader's appearance was the samurai warrior suit and helmet and stuff. This was the inspiration for Darth Vader. And I thought it was great. George Lucas is to be credited. I was under the impression a few years ago that Star Wars was written by somebody and George Lucas bought the books. But come the research I've been doing in the past couple of weeks, George Lucas came up with all this. George Lucas, and it was like a 8-9 year process. And because many things couldn't fit into the Star Wars universe that he was building, he ended up doing several other movies, and you know those movies. You know those movies today. In those movies, he also dropped THX 1138. Oh yes, it wasn't just the Star Wars movies, but even in the new Star Wars movies, George Lucas put THX 1138 and THX 138 in several movies. So we need to look at that. What you're looking at right now is Lord Vader and one of his favorite stormtroopers taking a selfie in front of Han Solo's carbonite prison. It's the shirt I'm wearing right now. It's this shirt I'm wearing right here. One of my favorite shirts. Okay, so we're going to go into. Oh, I hear my dog. My dog's getting upset. Oh, so we're not done. We got to get into this this right here. What is this? TH138. So crazy, man. This is so crazy. So here's the movie. This is the movie right here. No, y'all see. Oh, I got to share my screen to show it to you. Damn. I need to show you this movie. George Lucas's first movie. Go figure. Go figure. George Lucas' first movie, THX 1138 from 1971. George Lucas was 27 years old. I wish when I was 27 years old I could break into Hollywood movies and all that. How did that happen? Now, you can verify this. This is unusual, but the published budget online today for the film was $777,000 and 777 bucks. I'm going to say that again. $777,000 and 777 bucks. That's how much it cost. That's what the budget was for this movie called THX 1138. The future is here. So why is Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, The Return of the Jedi, The Phantom Menace? Yeah, guys, The Phantom Menace, the other Star Wars movies, also movies written by George Lucas. American Graffiti 1973 has this in it. You can't make this stuff up. This is American Graffiti 1973, also by George Lucas. It wasn't directed by George Lucas, but it was written by him. In American Graffiti 1973, the license plate on John's car is THX 138. So, keep referencing this original movie. What is George Lucas trying to tell us? Because if you don't think there's a message here, you're not paying attention. The Star Wars trilogy reached hundreds of millions of people. Subliminally, that THX 1138 is in every one of those movies and his other movies. THX 138. So crazy. So, George Lucas helped in the writing of the movie Raiders of the Lost Ark. He wasn't the director, but he helped in the writing of Raiders of the Lost Ark. This is 1981. During the scene where Indiana Jones is threatening to destroy the Ark, a German U-boat is labeled UB 1138. There it is again. What's the message here? There's another movie co-written by George Lucas in 1994. The movie is called Radioland Murders. In the film, the character dialing an extension number, 1138. This number is in every Star Wars movie. It's in every Star Wars movie. So what is this movie about right here? THX 1138? What is the movie about? 1971 debut movie, film directed by George Lucas. THX 1138 is set in a dystopian future where a man named THX 1138, played by Robert Duvall, rebels against a society that uses mandatory drugs and android police to control its citizens. In the future, the human race lives in vast underground cities under total surveillance, and free will is outlawed by means of mandatory medication that controls human emotion. But when THX 1138, Robert Duvall, and LUH 3417, Maggie McComey, stop taking their meds, they wake up to a bleak reality of their own existence, but they fall in love. This is the story of the future, according to George Lucas. This is what he keeps drawing our attention to in all of his movies. His very first movie is about the far future. The future is here. Underground cities, pharmaceutical controlled populations, surveillance network, absolutely no privacy, no freedom. This is the absolute message of George Lucas. It's the only reason why he would be over and over and over through every production, harking back to THX 1138. Could have been any other movie. Why don't, I mean, you got other movies. Why this one? So I'm going to defer to you guys. I'm going to let you guys try to answer that question because I don't know. They escape to the surface. They do escape to the surface. But the reason this is particularly interesting to me is because 138 is the Phoenix number. And what do populations do to survive the Phoenix phenomenon? They flee and they hide in underground facilities. When huge amount of population goes into underground facilities, is George Lucas literally telling us that the plans for those people who go into those facilities is a bleak dystopian future and the true free people are actually still on the surface? Because that's what's found in THX 1138, the movie. When they escape to the surface, they find true freedom. But in the underworld, they're in absolute rigid control every aspect of their life. Very interesting. But we know in Archaix that the Phoenix number is 138 and it's attached to underground facilities. We've been doing this research for a long time. Has nothing to do with George Lucas at all. But we do know, because it's no secret, we do know that the whole Star Wars franchise drops a bunch of hints about a lot of things that you guys know that the entire history of the Phoenix phenomenon we have seen. It was known to Jacob. It was known to Noah. It was predicted, the Typhon flow was predicted to Noah. That's on the Phoenix 138-year periodicity. We know Jacob predicted the 1687 Ogygian disaster, and his sons were out there, and the rocks from the sky rained on the Canaanites, and the sun darkening. That was Jacob prayed for that to happen, which really meant he predicted it. We know the Danan, who are offshoots of Semitic people, they had that information. The Danan had that information when they predicted the darkening of the sun in 1135 BC, which was a Phoenix year on the 138-year periodicity. We know because Herodotus told us that Thales of Miletus, who predicted the darkening of the sun in 583 BC, was a Phoenician by remote descent. So he was a part of the same bloodline, and he had that information as well about the 138-year periodicity. Nostradamus was a French Jewish seer. He too was a chronologist, and he knew the 138-year periodicity. We have found it in the codes he had left behind in the date index that the French scholar Mario Reading has detected. We see the number perfectly in the quatrains 138, as I've showed on my channel. Nostradamus even demonstrated his knowledge of the number 138 in telling us that the pre-flood world was 1242 years. We know 1242 years is 138 times 7, 7 being a number of cycle. So we see over and over and over that a certain people have this knowledge of the Phoenix. In my Occultus Mysterium video, what did I show you guys? In the Occultus Mysterium, I show you over 100 pictures from all these Renaissance, medieval, and Renaissance era texts that are Jewish compositions, and they show the Phoenix. Some of them even show the number 138. It's all hidden in there. It shows the underground cities. It shows populations in the elite hiding underground. People on the surface are naked. They have had this information from the beginning. They know it, and they're always dripping it to us. They're dripping it in different ways. They tell us, but they don't tell us directly, but we figure it out through our research. It's everywhere. I'm not picking on the Jews. I'm telling you, they're the ones in the possession of this information. They're the ones that seem to always have it. It's Jews, this 138-year timeline. Remember, it was a Jewish text that tells us that the two angels who got banished from heaven for 138 years was because they told Lot that Sodom and Gomorrah was going to be destroyed. And God got pissed. He got pissed that anybody escaped. So he condemned those angels for 138 years. So this number and this phenomenon, the Phoenix phenomenon that we're waiting on in the month of May of the year 2040, 15 years from now, it's very interesting. It's very interesting to me because I am absolutely 100% aware This is George Lucas. This is George Lucas, guys. Doesn't look like the George Lucas you know today. This is George Lucas in the 70s, right here. His mother married a Lucas. I'm not going to go into details, but you can look up who his mama was, and you can know exactly who he is. One of his best friends is Steven Spielberg. Steven Spielberg and George Lucas have been dropping truth bombs in cinema for years. They're in the club. They know. Star Wars came out in 1977. George Lucas was 33 years old. Nothing is by chance. There are no coincidences. None whatsoever. Many, many Jewish publications have praised Star Wars for all of its Judaic references, pretty much masked over. Even the Jedi is from Judah. Every bit of it. You guys can do your own research on this. It's all very interesting. It's all very interesting. But they're not lying to us. They're literally telling us the truth, but they're doing it in fragments and concealing it in cinematic drops. Yeah. That's what they're doing. They're telling you. This one right here says George Lucas drew inspiration from his own spiritual beliefs, which are heavily influenced by Judaism, of course, through his mother. We know who his mother is. Easy to find out. This is the Washington Hebrew Congregation. He also incorporates Jewish themes and values into his work. You see a lot of that. The Jedi Code. You see a lot of that in the deal. Also, may the force be with you has its roots in Judaism. May the force be with you. Shalom Aleichem. It's right here. The phrase Shalom Aleichem means peace be upon you. May the force be with you. Even the Jewish newspaper is making the correlate here. It's all fascinating. It's fascinating to me. It's absolutely fascinating. Yeah, it's crazy. So anyway, that's all those. That's all. The iconic line, may the force be with you. There it is right there. Shalom Aleichem. It's right there. So that's my presentation, guys. They're telling us some real stuff in these deals, but they're not telling us directly. So you watch the fantasy Star Wars. You watch the fantasy of Empire Strikes Back. You watch the fantasy of Return of the Jedi. You watch the other movies that have been written or produced by George Lucas. When you watch those movies, they all direct you. They don't direct you to other movies. They direct you to the future is here. THX 1138. And we know for a fact that governments around the world have been building underground facilities for almost a century. We already know this. That's my presentation, guys. That's it. It's been long. It's been long. I really do appreciate you joining me. I know a lot of people fell off. It's a long video. I get it. It's a little bit 4 years. I'm gonna go ahead and play my. Thank you for hanging out, though. Hope you guys like this video. I hope you share this video, and I hope you appreciate the amount of time that I have put into putting all of this together. And I had to do it this way because I had to cover copyrights. I mean, I couldn't use video. I'm not a big channel like apparently some of these guys, they're all in the club. They can show these Star Wars clips, but if you get caught doing it, they're gonna hammer you. So you can't show the video clips. Let's see here. So I'm going to go ahead and exit because I'm getting hungry now. I don't even need to use the bathroom. I've been slamming this coffee. I drank the whole thermos. All of you guys in Cypher, we're going live tomorrow. Week 3 NFL's upon us, and we have to get our NFL predictions out the way. So I'll probably take 2 days off from YouTube. We got some serious business to take care of over there. Then I'll be back. Always be back. I got more guests lined up. Big John's always taking care, getting more people come talk. We're still contacting people. We're still waiting on people to respond to contacts. So, and I'll be in Archaix Underground later on tonight. I got to keep uploading. Archaix Underground's where it's at, guys. It's amazing. Well, we're having a blast in there. It's awesome. I wanted to do the Archaix Underground ad as my outro. That's what I want to do, but I don't know. I think I'll just go ahead and just do the original intro over again. Just go ahead and check out with that. That's what I'll do. It's exactly what I'll do. Peace out, guys.